3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da.
Me siento muy emocionado y con muchas ganas de empezar a competir. Para mí lo mejor de competir creo que es la adrenalina que se siente al momento de estar jugando y sí, eso es lo mejor para mí. Creo que la de ahora es mucho más rápida y más dinámica que la de antes. Antes era un juego mucho más lento y ahora sí es más rápido. Pues realmente no les dije, empecé a jugar sin comentarlo, pero pues sí están emocionados de que compita, agresivos, porque nos gusta ir al frente siempre y es lo que intentamos. López, creo que tiene un estilo de juego que nos puede ayudar en cualquier situación, sea buena o difícil, y es el que puede marcar más la diferencia. A Buriram Esports, porque creo que son los más fuertes y si nos los cruzamos en el mapa, creo que nos saldríamos también parados dentro del top 3. Creo que es un estilo de juego un poco más táctico en comparación a las otras regiones. Nuestra comunicación es divertida. Si éramos una kill, 2 kills, gritábamos mucho, era divertido. Pues siempre nos estamos dando ánimos entre todos y pues creo que nunca tenemos mal ánimo, siempre estamos arriba. Los equipos tailandeses creo que son más agresivos y no le tienen miedo ni respeto a nadie. En comparación a los equipos mexicanos sí tienen más respeto. Creo que en este torneo los equipos mexicanos sí tenemos mejor nivel que los anteriores y sí, creo que sí podríamos. Buriram Esports, Team Solid, Loud, Reta Esports y Team Falcons. Añadiría al top 18. El equipo que quede top 18, al Glory y al equipo que quede top 2. Pues creo que sería más divertido, ¿no? El equipo top 2 se va a sentir muy mal de quedar top 2 y no poder haber ganado, y el equipo 18 es el que por se va a sentir de todos.
Yo pienso que el estado actual de Free Fire está muy bueno y muy competitivo, la verdad.
Yo pienso que va en mejoría y con las competencias internacionales que se vienen va en aumento.
Sí. Pienso que la verdad que no hay que mirar a nadie mal ni nada, porque todos los equipos están muy fuertes y hay que tener mucho cuidado y jugar con mente.
Yo pienso que los equipos actuales en la EWC están muy fuertes, por algo estamos en el Mundial y pues son los mejores de su región. Por eso estamos aquí. Pues yo metería a los 2 de LATAM que están aquí, obviamente representando a la región. Y si me tendría que quedar uno de fuera sería Team Solid.
Me parece perfecto. Yo creo que metería los mismos, siempre voy por LATAM y metería algún brasileño, Low.
This is my first time in Riyadh. It's good than Pakistan, yeah. This is really hard. I have played this game in last 2 World Series of Free Fire and this now World Cup. This meta is amazing because this have like snipers, naders. It's a great opportunity for all players to show their skills. Every team is good, so yeah, this is a great competition in this tournament. Top 5, Hotshot. Buriram and Loud, Fluxo and Falcon. We are very excited for this event, and this is a great opportunity for us to show our name here. Our team is really good. All players are like we are brothers, and we play easily, like with easy mind and not take pressure of anything. We just give our 100% in every situation, that's it. Our coach, he motivates us in like if we are down in situation, then he motivates us for good. It's a tournament in Pakistan that we are almost losing that, and then in last game he asked that you go and play your game, just forget anything. So we did, and we win that tournament in one game. It's like proud for us to represent our country in World Cup, and yeah, our goal is simple, to win this for Pakistan. And
Hello, I'm Carol Bombshell, video content host for Esports World Cup, and I'm here right now with the current Free Fire World Champions, Fluxo team, and I'm more than pleasure to have here 2 players, Butchizin and the man, the captain team, Bops.
Visão, a fera.
Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for being here. And I will ask you a couple of questions, and then we are going to play some games, okay? Are you guys ready?
Yeah, ready. I'm
Ready.
ready.
English?
Eu sou.
Ready.
Eu nasci pronto. I'm born, agora sei lá.
born ready.
I'm born ready. I'm born ready.
Okay, let's start with the first one. What do you think about the current state of Free Fire? The meta, new updates?
Mano, todo meta novo de começo assim é diferente, né? Dá um sustinho, mas vai acostumando e sempre é o melhor meta que o cara joga. Tipo, eu não gosto, todo mundo quando atualiza, eu não gosto muito, mas eu vou jogando, aí sempre vira o melhor meta que eu já joguei, então é normal. Tá diferente, mas tá bom.
O cara tá voando.
Não, tá ligado?
Sempre assim, começa reclamando e depois se solta. Não, esse é o melhor que eu já joguei na minha vida, não sei o quê.
Papo reto. Primeiro treino, depois da atualização, meu Deus, o que é isso? O que tá acontecendo? Aí depois o cara se solta e gosta do jogo sem erro.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, next question. What do you think of the current roster of teams in Esports World Cup?
É sempre outro nível do campeonato, né, da competição, então tem uma lista muito boa, com times fortes, com nomes fortes, então tô doido pra disputar com eles logo.
Which team do you want to beat up?
É sempre legal em cima dos tailandeses, né? Não importa quem seja, sendo em cima dos tailandeses,
Com
fala tu.
certeza, em cima deles...
Tem que ser em cima deles,
Em cima deles
pô.
tem um gostinho melhor mesmo.
Guess what? He said Thailand. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Which 3 teams would you include in your trophy if you win the Esports World Cup?
Sempre tem umas farpinhas aí, né? Vamos deixar um nome de haver e colocar... O outro fica de haver.
Talvez.
No dia 14 vocês vão descobrir, pô.
Gosto. Okay, let's move on. How does Fluxo feel facing off against familiar teams in Esports World Cup? For example, Brazil rivalry with loud Thailand teams from the recent Mobile Masters.
Nós se sentimos sempre bem, né? Tem sempre uma disputa legal, uma disputa gostosa aí, um pouco amigável, assim por se dizer, com os tailandeses, com os times brasileiros, então... Nós sempre estamos preparados e ansiosos para essa disputa.
Family friends?
Sempre, né? Tem que ser family friend, manter o family friend.
O Brasil é mais de boa, né? Nós jogamos com 3 direto, aí tem que matar a saudade de bater em tailandês de vez em quando.
No Brasil, não vamos deixar a rivalidade do Brasil ali lá pro Brasil.
Fica lá.
Okay.
Aqui é Brasil unido, Brasil junto contra o mal maior aí.
Okay, here Brazil, it's all together, all in this together.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one, for you, Butchizin. What are your thoughts on Iago being on Loud's roster now? What do you have to say to him?
Mano, você sabe, você fechou com o errado, agora nós está com o monstro. Boa sorte aí, ó.
Pô, tchau pra tu, esquece.
A escolha foi tua, rale, menor, rala.
Last question. What are your thoughts on Thailand versus Brazil rivalry?
Mano, é a rivalidade boa, nós os tailandês. Embora todo mundo sabe quem vai dar no final, né? Mas é gostoso, fica um tempinho sem jogar contra eles, vem na sede de matar os caras.
Mas os tailandeses são amigos de vocês, né não, Bob? Você tá sabendo
Com
que você e o Mochi, assim...
best friends, cara.
Eu e o Mochi tá ligado, desde 2022, eu ia falar 2019, nem tava no Mundial de 2019, nem ele. Desde 2022 ainda estamos juntos, trocando camiseta e tal, então...
os caras trombam o Bobs no corredor e falam, bopá.
A amizade tem, mas dentro de jogo, tá ligado, que é vapo, é pra cima deles, filho.
É sem mimimi.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome back to the beautiful Saudi Arabia, where we are hosting the Free Fire Esports World Cup. I'm Carol Bombshell, and I'm happy to be here with this amazing man here, Seven.
I'm happy to be here. It's going to be the final day of group stages. Group B is not going to be playing, so the top 4 teams in the ranking are going to be sitting out. So for those teams that definitely need the points, like Fluxo, 19 Esports, this is the time to wake up.
Exactly. Today, it's go big or go home, and definitely go home. By the end of the day, we are going to figure out which teams are going to complete the 12 ones that are going to go forward to the next stage. That's right?
That is right, and we'll be crushing some keys, so stay tuned and find out which keys we'll be crushing at the end of today.
Survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire Esports World Cup. I am here with my panelists. We are ready to go because today is D-Day. Today is day 3 of knockouts, and you know what that means. 6 teams are going home today. If you haven't scored enough points, your keys, your dreams are about to be crushed. And gentlemen, we understand for these teams, everyone wants to win, but only one team, unfortunately, can be a victor here at the Esports World Cup. But before we start off, my name is Danielle. I'm going to be your host for today, and joining me, I have 3 wonderful, knowledgeable gentlemen here. We have Neptune, Sir Cloud, and Hauler. How are you all feeling today?
I'm really excited on what's going to happen right now, because this is where the last chances for some of the teams, and especially for those who had just stepped off after yesterday's game, will be hanging on to.
Today, we will decide who will be the top 12 teams to move on to the next stage, so I really can't wait for it to start.
Yeah, and I have to be a little bit nervous. I'm more worried about those bottom teams. Who's actually going to make it into the points rush stage? We're going to have to find out.
I'm glad you brought that up, Hauler, right? Because today, unfortunately, for our teams that are in Group B, they've finished their matches. They've had their 2 play days, so they are essentially in the audience, watching with bated breath, wondering if they have earned enough points. And the question is, for some of these teams, have they? Are there any teams you're kind of worried about here?
A lot, like Riyadh, Hot Shots, especially for the coming from Group B, and also for those who didn't really perform coming from day one.
All right, so for anyone that might have missed out on day 2, we do have a recap video for you. So let's have a quick look at what happened on day 2 here at the Esports World Cup.
Peter is here, spotted out. Are too quick. For team double kill.
Score the first one, don't try with the second. Team Falcons even showing up. It seems like it is score the first one, don't try with the second. And Mosey finds it! And Krista back! Bring one back, finds it! And with the help of doing this, let's try and buy time and focus. Surgical!
And here are the overall standings after 2 play days here at the Esports World Cup for the Free Fire division. And if you're cheering for any of the teams in Group B, this is it. They've locked in their points after 2 intense play days. And for today, the focus, the spotlight is going to be on teams in Group A and C. Can they earn enough points to overtake the teams in Group B? We're going to have to find out here. But as you can see right now, we do have 4 teams in Group B occupying the top 4 spots here on the overall rankings. We have Loud, Boriram, RRQ, and P Esports. Feeling pretty happy here, right? They've already locked in their points. But who is in the running of potentially being knocked out here?
Oh, we still have Riyadh Esports as well as Hot Shots Esports, who has been left out, and even Twisted Minds was able to overtake them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and if we're looking at these overall standings, actually everybody below Hotshot Esports is going to play today. So that's going to be the pretty much the bar has been set by Hotshot Esports. Anybody who could potentially surpass them, we're going to have to find out. And of course, only 12 teams make up.
Only 12 teams make it through. We did have a couple of, I suppose, questionable things happen on day 1, right? Some teams have been underperforming, not quite, being where they want to be. And we kind of did have some inside info on one of the teams in particular, Neptune. We actually managed to speak to Onyx, and do you kind of want to share what happened with Onyx or what they kind of felt happened for them on day 1?
Well, it seems like there are a few miscommunication that's happening in this side, so hopefully they'll be able to recover this time around, because again, for some, yes, it might be easy to get back on track, but for Onyx Olympus, looking at their history, especially in their qualifiers in Southeast Asia, it took a while. It took a few more days before they were able to get to the qualifiers.
Yeah. Now, again, folks, we do have our top 5 plays for day number 2. So let's have a look and see what ended up being our best plays here at day 2 of the Esports World Cup.
Classic RRQ with all of those ice grenades. Blue wall melter is going to be dropped as well. Don't want to waste those pops out of Skyler just yet.
BRU are not going to give him that time. Mochi finds a bullet straight to the stadium. And Mochi with 2 in a row. The white Rough He's trying to play that long range, and Peter's gonna try to run it down Rough. Very good identification. You take out the sniper, and that means the ADG have to refocus their attention, and Peter just wins the 1v1 coming online.
They can hold. 18 here does get 1, 2. Can he get one more? Quadra! Kalahari has to play very, very safe.
Quadra
A 1-on-1
kill.
can get Inhaler used as well. Quadra kill for 18 Deer. Everyone's rushing. It looks like everything was in Cloud's favor. But currently, 18 Deer, if he able to push this off, this might be the best clutch we've seen in EWC Free Fire so far. A jump forward, he dodges it. The damage just gets stopped here. Both of them just jumping, repositioning. Time passing by, the blue zone shrinking. The damage, too much, 18 Deer.
That 18 Deer play is legendary. I think all of us, we saw that. We thought it was going to go in favor of Cloud, but the fact that this man stood his ground and said, you don't take this victory until you get me. Incredible. Folks, I think aside from 18 Deer, are there any other moments that we've had this weekend that you feel has been underappreciated by us on the panel?
I think like most of the highlights that we've seen has been pointed out, has been praised, especially not only in this desk, but also coming from the casters. But not quite sure, do you have anything else that you've seen or might happen that could have been shouted out right now?
Well, there were a lot of amazing moments, no doubt, right? But when there are amazing moments for some teams, that means there are some other teams who don't get amazing moments. That's what we can see here from the reaction from the players themselves. Some of them cheered, some of them grieved, and that is just how esports works.
Yeah, and I would say most of the highlight reels has been like the loud highlight reel, right? You had Con7 and of course Drax, both of them getting the most eliminations yesterday in day 2. So these are both players that have just been on the highlights constantly because we just see them time and time again.
Well, we're not going to see them on the highlights anymore, right? Because Group B is done and dusted. We kind of have to shift the focus now for teams in Group A and C. So just based off of what we know from these two groups, because we have seen them play at least one day, are there any teams that you feel are really going to step up to the plate here because this is their last play day?
I would say for this team, Fluxo, definitely. They have to. And like, it seems like they just slowed down a little bit. It's better to be able to know how much points they will be catching up to instead of just putting everything and as well as their gameplay, as well as their tactics. They don't want to show it all so that no one will be able to target them.
Yeah, as for my pick would be Team Falcons, because if we saw yesterday, they didn't really perform. They only managed to collect 55 points in 6 games yesterday, and Koskil wasn't at his best. At some point, he was subbed out as well, so probably they needed him to get back into the game. So I'll be looking forward to see if he can actually recover himself as an individual player and as a team as well, because they are bringing the brand name of Falcons, the home team, and a lot of fans are here for them.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to go with the Onyx Olympus. This is a team from Indonesia. They're actually the worst off in terms of the standings, in terms of all of the Indonesian squads, and all of the other Indonesian teams have done quite well, so they're kind of carrying them down, so to speak.
We have our players rolling into the venue as well, ready to go. This is their final hurrah for all of these teams walking in. If they can't get those points today, they're going to have to sit in the audience and basically watch and find out with us who will be crowned champion. But I think the best thing to think about here for these teams, I hope they're coming in with the most positive attitude they absolutely can, because if you're rolling into an esports tournament, mentality, the whole mental game, if you are not on point with the way you think before you jump into that game, it influences the way that you play, Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Especially for teams at the really bottom right now. We got Alcatia, 19 Esports, and probably even Onyx Olympus, because these 3 teams have less than 40 points now, so they really need to work out something.
Now, Paula, we have a schedule coming up here, and I know everyone is excited to jump into these matches. What's our schedule for today?
It's going to start off, of course, with Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, Alpine, next Terra, and of course the final one, the random one. And we're gonna find out who's gonna really want this one. And of course, the random one has so much chance and it changes it up because again, teams don't really know what to expect.
Yeah, like from what we've seen in day number 1, it's a double Alpine and then double Nexteria. That's where teams are taking advantage of where they are proficient in terms of map.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting that the newer maps ended up being the random maps, right? Not so much our classics, our long-time favorites, but maybe today will be the day where we see maybe Purgatory, Bermuda, Kalahari. Yeah. It would be pretty interesting if neither of those maps appear as that random and we end up getting Alpine and Xterra again.
Yeah, I mean, again, there are a few teams. Unfortunately, Bermuda United will not be playing, but that is one team that really takes Alpine to a different level. Even if they don't get the Booyah, they grab a lot of points in there, even ending up by the #1 spot in match rankings.
Yeah, and I do expect to see today a lot more hard, fast action because teams will be desperate for points since it's going to be the last day that they will be playing. Yes, yesterday we had a little bit of a slow day, and I understand maybe because of the introduction of Group C, so they're feeling the pace as well. But for today, all these teams have at least played one day, so they know what to expect.
Yeah, and if we're looking at it, I mean, Loud is not playing, BRU is not playing, and of course RRQ. All of these guys have been hogging the booyahs, they've been taking all the eliminations, but of course, what do we have up in store?
Well, we have our audience predictions. If you haven't already, folks, submit your predictions right now at the link below. We want to know who you think is going to be winning the overall tournament and who do you actually think is going to win in today's games? Because, again, those points, you want to stay in the tournament. Like, who wants to be bottom 6? No, bot, come on.
I will.
You want to be okay, you can volunteer. You can save someone's key. You can have your key. Oh, wait, we don't have keys because we're not competitors.
Key card, would that work?
No. Oh, hotel key card actually probably would. Okay, so as we are preparing for our first matchup here, folks, we do need to sort of break things down here for our viewers that may have not actually tuned into the first 2 play days. Firstly, we have Loud, essentially the champions here so far for the knockout stage. They have secured the most points out of all of the groups. Can anyone overtake Loud's place on the leaderboard? Because they have accrued such a massive lead. And they've been in the same group as Buriram, which I think is the most surprising thing here, Neptune.
One thing I would say is Buriram could have. There are only 8 points in between them, but both of them are not playing. And the closest to Loud right now is Twisted Mind. Like, they are part of Group A and C, who will be playing today and currently in 126 in terms of point. But they need at least 21 to 27 points on all 6 maps to be able to overtake Loud on that #1 spot.
That's massive. So, we are looking at our top team, but we also need to consider our teams at the bottom of the bracket. Teams in Group B that have already concluded their matches. We have Redder and Hotshots. They are technically the bottom teams for Group B. Have they earned enough points from their games yesterday, Cloud? Because I think this was a massive talking point for us on the panel here. Do you think they're safe?
Well, yesterday we did go through different types of calculations. We've thrown in all the logic on the table. I've been going through the numbers again, and if I were to look at it, okay, I broke it down to per day. So per day, they average about 40-ish points, right, per day. Whereas if we look at the teams below them average about 50-ish points. So if I were to take that logic into consideration, then I mean, I'll be a little bit worried for Red Eye Esports and Hotshot Esports.
Yeah, both on the bottom. And I mean, to your point, if we're using the averages on this point, it's like you have to be not the bottom. You just got to be like the majority, like the 12th out of the 18 teams,
You got to be 12, right? Like,
yeah.
that's the goal.
It's not the
worst. Get to 12.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say is there are a few teams at the bottom 6 currently in overall leaderboards that might be able to overtake them. Like, we have 2 teams like AGG, All Glory Gaming, as well as Gaiman Gladiators, who grabbed Booyahs already from when they played. So that's a huge threat for these 2 teams coming from Group B.
Yeah. Neptune, I'm actually glad you were the last one to speak there because I have a really important question here for you. So Group B is out of contention, and we know for a fact at the moment that Group B, they are occupying the majority of those spots at the top of the leaderboard. Is there anyone in Group A and C that can actually break into top 4?
Well, going back to your point, we did calculations already, and I did my own just basic calculation. Grabbing all the points that they have from their first day of match, doubling them and then like changing how it will turn up on the overall standing? Well, we're seeing that the third, by the end of the day, will or might be AG and as well as Team Solid. NMG can push themselves can push themselves up, bringing down PE Sports, which might not affect that much because they're still aiming or they're still placed within the 12th spot. And then we talked about Reda and Hotshots already, but Loud and Buriram United, I think they will still be in there sitting pretty, not really worrying anything because they're way too high.
Nobody wins any money in the knockout stage. It doesn't matter if you're top 2 here.
Okay. Anyone disagree with anything that Neptune said so far? All in agreement?
I'm in agreement.
Yep.
Okay, democracy on the panel so far. So far. That might change very soon today. Hauler.
Yeah.
I know you're a very big Brazilian fanboy over there. We got to talk Fluxo. Okay, they were a massive talking point for us on day number 1, and they didn't do so well, or they didn't meet certain expectations, right, that we had for this team. Is today the day that they bounce back?
I mean, they have to, right? They're really on the bottom. I think they're what? They are 15th right now, so they're on the outside looking in. They have 41 points. And to Neptune's logic of just doubling their score, they had 41 points on day 1. They have to double that, 82. Yeah, they might shoot over Hotshot Esports, but I think that's a bad spot. They don't want to be there. And you have 3 members of the Magic squad that won the championship in 2023 Free Fire World Series. I mean, I'm expecting way better results than what they're showing right now.
I mean, from what we've seen, gentlemen, like, do we actually think it was a case that this team has been shut down, or it doesn't feel like they might be holding themselves back? Because again, like, I think you brought up a great point that you don't necessarily earn money from the knockout stage. You earn that main prize pool from the final stage. Are they maybe sort of keeping themselves hidden so that they don't have that target on their forehead on playoffs day?
Yeah, so that's something that we talked about yesterday as well, right? Like, okay, great, Loud, you're on top, you're up there, but then again, all these other teams will be looking at you. They want to know, like,
treatment, right?
how you do it, right? And if they know how you do it, if they can break things down, if they can strategize, they could probably overtake Loud when it matters.
Right. Cloud, my Falcons fanboy, big advocate for this team.
Haven't got the jersey yet, just saying.
Soon, very soon. But is today the day that the Falcons soar? Because they have been, they've been on the ground, they're there, but we haven't seen this team really take off yet.
Right, so I know a lot of Falcons fans out there, they might be worried with their favorite team. They managed to collect 55 points yesterday, but we kind of break it down again, right? If you double 55 points, that's like 110 points. That would bring them, at least as of now, qualification onto the next stage. And, you know, as back in my day, they say, you know, as long as you meet the objective, that's absolutely fine. So I would say that Team Falcons, they're actually not too bad. It's just sometimes it's the expectation, just because of the name they bring.
I do have one thing to contest that. I'm sorry, Sir Cloud, but
okay,
I'm looking at the performance of Team Falcons, and like, you know, I calculate how many times they get into the top 3. 0, nada. So I don't know.
Are we taking sides? What is happening here?
Come over here, Neptune. Come over here.
I mean, if we can get
Switch, we have
yeah, you go in there, okay? So, I mean, if they can get eliminations, why not, right? I mean, as long as it's points.
How much though?
Enough?
Enough.
Enough to be in the top 12? I mean,
keep it clean, boys. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. We will keep it clean. We're going to shift the discussion here to the Thai teams, right? Very big expectations here for our Thai teams. And at the moment, only one Thai team has finished all of their games, and that's Buriram, meaning everyone else is playing in our final play day today. Are we possibly looking at a day where Thailand just dominates the competition?
I think so. I think that's going to continue. I mean, Twisted Minds and, of course, AG Global, both of them are the top scorers thus far, and they're going to be playing today. They have the most amount of points, still yet to play today. The only unfortunate team right now is Team Falcons. They're kind of dragging everybody down, but I think it's only because Sir Cloud has given them some support. I think if you let them go, maybe the team can soar.
Yeah, I know. All of a sudden, the camera's under me.
So the man is sandbagging, essentially.
Exactly.
We've got to get him the jersey.
He's very heavy.
Yeah, you know, again, the caster's curse sometimes do exist, but I'm not casting, so you know, the curse doesn't apply. Just saying.
It doesn't work. Okay, it looks like we're almost ready to jump into our first games, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, I want to have a quick discussion on dark horses, because we already know who are going to be the top dogs, the teams to look out for. But who do you feel like could slip in through the cracks?
I would say this is probably the moment for the Indonesians to rise. I'm going to put out Onyx Olympus.
They have a long way to go. Onyx Olympus. I mean, they have 32 points right now they need a 50-point day minimum just to get over Hotshots Esports. I think that might be a big ask, but do I have expectations for them? Yes, because of the fact that they're the Indonesian squad, and the Indonesian teams have done quite well.
Yeah, and I'm going to a little bit closer to home. We have GG, Diamond Gladiators, who's just a few steps to reach that top 12. I don't want to oversell some of the teams right here. I know they have potential, but let's base it in numbers, and they have more chance.
Yeah, I mean, if a team gets a booyah, chances are you're doing something right. They showed that yesterday, so it's something that they could potentially do. I like that pick as well, but, I'm going to have to go with my own pick of the Onyx one. I think that's a greater team, because the Indonesians, let's go, respect.
Bam!
So just Onyx. You think everyone
We're
else
back.
is... Oh, okay. So we're back to democracy again. Wonderful. But is it really just Onyx? Is there no one else that you think might just sort of come in and sweep the competition away? Because so much attention is on the Thai teams. So much attention is on the Brazilians.
Another booyah taker, AGG.
AGG?
Yeah.
I'll put
Agree,
in...
disagree?
I don't disagree. I don't think that they're really a dark one. I think they're kind of a favorite going into today, though.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. It looks like the players are ready to go. So let's head on back to the stage and welcome them for day number 3 here at the Esports World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Free Fire at EWC. We're your hosts, Milosh and the lovely Yunsul, and today is a pivotal day because in only a few hours, we'll be saying goodbye to 6 of our 18 squads.
Yes, indeed. The group stage is almost wrapped up as today we turn out to focus into Group A and Group C. Twisted Mind currently being the only non-Group B team to crack the top 5.
Absolutely, and so things are heating up here at the SDC Arena. So without further ado, how about we introduce our competitors to our 3rd day of group stage, starting off with our meta squad, El Coxia Esports.
Coming right next from Mexico, Old Glory Gaming.
From Brazil, it's Team Solid!
From Thailand, Twisted Minds.
From Thailand, it's the hometown heroes, Team Falcons!
From Indonesia, Gamin Gladiators.
Moving on to Group A, from Brazil, it's Fluxo!
Welcome from Brazil, Netshoes Miners!
Representing Latam, it's 19 Esports!
From Indonesia, EVOS Esports!
Also from Indonesia, give it up for Onyx Olympus!
Lastly, from Thailand, AG Global! The battle for survival is on. Group B has played their tune, and now watch the eagerly results of Group A and Group C.
Absolutely. So the question on everybody's mind is who will be part of the top 12 and advance to the points rush and finals stage? You know what I say, Yunsol? It is time for us to find out here live from the arena. Let's give it back to our casters and kick off game number 1.
Thank you very much, Milosh and Yunso. And across the panelists as well, this is the Esports World Cup for Free Fire, final day for the knockout stage. And when we come to the end of the knockout stage, Ovi, there's only one thing to do. We need the teams to land the knockout punches and crush the keys of their opponents and send those dreams burn into ashes.
Yes, while 6 teams will be eliminated tonight, this is where they are trying as best as they can to get more and more elimination points. So what do you think for tonight? Will there be a lot of fighting, competing for that elimination point?
I think like what the panelists said, I think Sir Cloud, you know, birthday boy, wink wink, he mentioned that he hopes that it would be a bit more faster pace, right? Teams, you gotta take the gloves off. You watch some anime, you Naruto, you know, Rock Lee, when he takes those weights off, it's time to do that, right? No more, you know, left hook, right jab. You go straight for the gut punch. You make sure that you land your punch so hard, your enemies go down and don't get back out. And I'm looking at the Thai teams because BRU is not here, and whenever BRU is not here, the rest of Thailand come out to play.
Yes, I do agree with that, especially with Team Falcons. Right now, on the first day, they were playing. They were a bit, I would say, not according to what our expectations. But for today, of course, with Buriram out of the picture, the chances are they'll be soaring high as well.
Yeah, another team that I want to see that can soar higher is Onyx Olympus, right? You got to live up to that name. Olympus, well, Mount Olympus is at the top of basically beyond the skies. And Onyx Olympus, so far, haven't been able to deliver that, but perhaps today it's going to change, right? We talked about setting the benchmark yesterday when Group B was going up against everyone else, and the benchmark has been set by Hotshot Esports at 80 points. So for all of these teams, including Onyx Olympus, they just have to get past 80 points and they are guaranteed a spot in Point Rush.
Yes, I do agree with that because right now there are 9 teams behind Hotshots. So they are the benchmark, like you said just now. But for me, I think 19 Esports and Al-Qadsiya, they'll need to back up as well. They need to be prepared for this game because they need to achieve at least 60 points.
Yeah, let's be a bit more objective, right? Let's do some mathematics. It's not my best subject in school, but you look at 19 Esports Al-Qadsiya, they are 21, 20 points respectively. We have 6 rounds. To make it to 80, you need 10 points every round. Do you think that's doable?
I think it's doable because right now, if they say they are playing it safely according to the zones, then the chances are only, let's say, 5 eliminations. And then another placement points coming from them, then easily can get the 10 points. But if, let's say, they are not engaging in early fight as well. So I think for you, do you think that for Al-Qadsiya, the chances are they'll be aggressive today?
I hope so. I think for, like you said, right, just bouncing off of what you mentioned, Al-Qadsiya and 19 Esports, we want them to be a bit more aggressive, and even if not, just do enough to get that average 10 points per round. Again, Hotshot Esports, they're defenseless. They can't do anything to influence the results. The fate hangs in the balance of the other team's performance, and I think for Al-Qadsiya, if they can make it into the top 12 just by, you know, being a bit more cautious with their moves in the next 6 matches, them making it true, it's actually history as well, because we never really had a team from this region that has qualified for top 12, that has made it into a grand finals, right? So for MEA, for Al-Qadsiya in particular, this is going to be historical for them.
Yes, hopefully they do better for this time around, so to make sure that they'll be going through all the fights for the 6th match tonight. And also, what I'm seeing here right now, for the other teams, for example, we are having Reta Esports as well. They are having 88 points. Only 8 points difference with Hotshots. So the chances are the teams tonight, they might be overtaking not only 1 but 2.
And that makes it even scarier, right? Like if you are Hotshot and you are Reta, you feel very, very worried that there are not enough teams that will be below you. But on top of that, we're still looking for 4 teams to knock out. So it's not just Hotshot, it's not just Reta. 4 more teams is going to join the red zone. And it is a very, very scary thought because you look at the rest of the competitors. It's pretty close, you know. Even 19 Esports and Alcazia, despite being at the bottom 2 right now, who is to say that they won't show up today? And if they do, they're probably going to have the closest knockout stage ever.
Yes. And also, I just want to touch a little bit about one of the Thailand team.
Oh, go ahead.
Twisted Mind. They were playing yesterday for 1 day, 95 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Stunning performance. You look at the overall points that these teams have gotten for themselves, right? Not many teams have been able to break through the 90-point mark on a single day. I know Loud is the only team that has gotten more than 100 points across both days, but they're not playing today. We'll see if Twisted Minds is able to keep that momentum going from yesterday. Let's hop into game number 1. It's Bermuda, baby. Back to basics and see where the teams go, Avi.
Yeah, right now the flight paths are coming from Riverside towards Rimnam Village. We are seeing a lot of the players already dropping from the plane, going to their drop spot. Right now for Twisted Mind, they are taking Mills as their earlier drop spot. For Shipyard, Evos are going in, but All Glory Gaming in the bullseyes right next to Evos Esports. But what I'm seeing here on Rimnam Village, they might be a potential early fights with Team Solids and also Alcazia.
That's going to be pretty scary. I think even for Fluxo, on the other hand, right, they also need a lot of points because day 1 was absolutely underwhelming. But on the other hand, Gaming Gladiators, they have already ran into Onyx Olympus, the Indonesians, getting off to a very preemptive skirmish. And Liam on the red side comes out with a katana. And the slash on the Gardu's face, dash the chop first blood going over to Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, that was awesome. And right now we are seeing Apex has been taken out. But right now for All Glory Gaming, they got Apex immediately. Barrett trying to be revived by his own teammate. And right now, first elimination points goes towards AGG.
Yeah, and AGG being able to find a recovery is good because EVOS, it really feels like they want to go for a bit more. We saw that revive right after the elimination, but the rest of the EVOS members, they want to push for a bit more of that point. You can see Ray taking the front line, multiple members of AGG right in front of him. They have to do this cautiously.
Yes, for Ray right now, he's trying to hold on from 3 players.
What a snipe.
EGG, but the snipe from Refax, immediately taking him out. For Apex, he's joining the fight again, being revived by his own teammate. Gade also got that 1 elimination coming from AGG. Can they hold this place, this compound? Apex is coming in closer. Justin is trying to go in. And with that Thompson, can he make it? Just immediately use that Uzi. Automatically headshot right there. And 2 of the players coming from AGG has been taken out. Sebas is trying to hold it with that P90.
Yeah, I mean, even for Sebas, he's in such a rough spot. Not enough time to recover too much. Only a monster truck to protect him. 1 against 3. AGG's hopes lies on his shoulders. And not exactly in the safest spot. Good day. It's going to take him down. AGG finds no glory in round 1.
Unfortunately for them, they were taken out. And right now for EVOS, they are the eliminations leader on the 4 elimination points. Right now we are moving towards Rimnam Village with Luxo. 1 elimination point goes to them, but Zin right now with only a few HPs left, 45. He needs to make sure that he heals himself with the medkit.
Yeah, and for Fluxo, we talked about how important it is for them to get some points, right? Sitting at 41, if they double their points, they would definitely make top 12. And it's not just Alcazia, because 19 Esports, a team that it is sharing the same position as Alcazia, also wants to get some for their own. And in fact, they are getting some payday results. 2 members of Fluxo are already out, and that is not the best case scenario. In fact, it's about to get worse. Avi, the revives come through for Jiu, but for AG and for Falcons, in fact, they have just shown up.
And the problem is, for them right now, Falcons are coming in. The chances are they'll be gatekeeping all these 3 teams in Rimnam Village. We are seeing 19 Esports trying to back away from the fights, whereas Fluxo still stuck in the middle of Rimnam here.
Oh no.
No, he's getting in. Peter with that XM8. He's trying to get closer. And Bobs, I don't think he realized one of the players and immediately shot him. One more with the AC-80, immediately taking him out. And for that, they are moving in. We are seeing On Fire jumping from that building. He's trying to find with that throw gone, immediately taking one of the players. On Fire, he's been knocked as well. One more using that MP5 chip level 3. Immediately take 2 of the players with assistance by Peter as well.
Absolutely stunning rush from Team Falcons, getting 3 more points off of that, basically dispatching both 19 Esports and Fluxo. You look at the STC replay, this one was the solo kill, the solo elims. First blood, of course, Liam gets to celebrate with that execution out there. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, might be on the receiving end. A couple of lead bullets from the side of AG. All glory from the AG Global, excuse me, from kind of the far end. Kochu does not get to leave that area, taken out by Stop AG, basically sandwiching the members of GG.
Yeah, for all, we are seeing AG with 3 elimination points right now on the 5th minutes. Only 1 squads are being taken out. Sentosa is being the highlight for on the 5th minutes right here. We are seeing they are moving closer and closer towards Gaming Gladiators. But for them, they know that they are people here. So they take the initiative to go towards Kota Tua, whereby the remaining 3 of their players in Pochino will come and regroup as well.
It's going to be a slower pace, right? We have to kind of bring the pace, just lower it down a little bit. I think some of these teams, especially Fluxo, 19 Esports, Alcacia, they've had a pretty fast start.
Yep.
And none of them were winners, right? Team Falcons were the actual winners, getting 5 points so far. NMG is a team that we did spotlight a bit on day 1. They were kind of in the middle of the pack. 10th place currently, 64 points. Guaranteed top 12 for now. But I think what the miners have not been able to show too much is how can they close out fights. This pick is actually a decent start considering that Fluxo have been suffering so far. So a free point given over to Netshoe Miners.
Yes, and also I want to add up as well for All Glory Gaming. Right now they are falling on the 12th place right here. So they are on the 13th place. So the chances are they need to perform better on the second game because on the first one, they are losing Moss and they need to catch up from the others as well. And now we are moving towards a peak whereby the Owning Olympus is trying to loot here. Right now they are safe. There are no any others teams going for the rotation, but they cannot stay here quite long. As we can see in the map here, Twisted Minds are staying in Cape Town. So the chances are the rotation that they'll be doing from Cape Town goes to a Kota Tua and to Peak. So the chances Gaming and Owning Olympus will be fighting each other.
Even when you look at the SDC replay, this was the rush, or at least kind of the surgical dismantling from Team Falcons at Rimnam Village, not only onto 19 Esports, but also onto a couple members of Fluxo. I mean, this was the problem we saw yesterday, right? And you think that they would get a lot more points, but knowing Team Falcons, this is the Falcons' nest. We're literally on their home ground. So they definitely will have that advantage, or hopefully have that advantage coming into the day. We saw Twisted Minds actually use the Avron, the Binoculars, to scan Bimak Sakti Strip. That's where Evo's Divine is at. And that's one of the Indonesian teams that the panel didn't really give too much favor to. You know, they were talking about Onyx Olympus, GG, but Evo's Divine actually is the one leading the pack in terms of the rest of the ID teams on their current leaderboard, which is pretty impressive, right? Because they have been put to the side for majority of the tournaments. It's good to see Evo's back on the map now against NMG. Ray finds cover behind the trees, and I feel like at least for EVOS, right now, this position is great. They got a high ground advantage, they got a compound to work with.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And almost for the both of the team here that are fighting, on the 10th and 11th rank, only 4 points differences between each other. So with this fight, are they going to wipe out the other, or they will maintain and continue to play on the rest of the game? So we are seeing for Netshoes going in, but for EVOS as well, they are taking a safe gap here and they are shooting towards Nando and Emily taking him out with that SVD.
Very good positioning. Now G'day's gonna get pushed by General. It's expected pressure. Reptile Rhythm also out. Blue Wall falls, but the coverage is so well done from EVOS Divine. You can see the ideas from Netshoe Miners. They wanted to go for the push, but they lost one of the members, and the rest are being pushed back. Aim God now only separated between him and a glue wall general, finding Apex in the process. Instant revive by Ray. I feel like EVOS Divine, they can play this a bit slow, right? There's no need to rush this. Sure, I mean, they have a compound, and Netshoes Miners have one as well, but I think EVOS Divine have a lot more info to work with, right? Even the revival is coming in time, so I think both teams are going to slow it down a little bit with Ray on the far end, but he's spotted out by General.
Oh, right now with that AWMY, for sure the damage gonna be painful if he's been hit. But with Rayon, he's trying to get one of the players. Ray is alone uphill right there. If he's not being careful, then the chances are the rest of the players. But with that throw gun, he immediately took him out. And right now another player is trying to hold his ground, but unfortunately, RGS coming from Ray 1 immediately taking him out as well.
Yeah, Reptile Rhythm even thrown out. Ray does go down. G'day got sniped by General. So a good turnaround from Netshoes Miners. The idea was so well done, right? They saw Ray alone up on the hill, instantly puts down the portal, goes for the rush. Ray almost held his ground, if not for that RGS from the Miners. So with that all said, EVOS Divine will just have to call it quits, right? Minimize your losses, take the L, retreat, and hopefully having enough time to recompose for the later stages of the game.
Yes, I do agree. They need to reset again their group with two of the players need to be revived again. The chances are for EVOS, they are going towards Hangar or Katulistiwa to use that vending machine. But for the others, we are seeing AG here. Right now, they are moving towards the zone. The zone are moving towards peak, a bit an open space, open area. So the chances are most of the teams will be fighting with each other in the late round. Right now on the third zone, the zone is shrinking, and the chances are we are having 11 teams going to go in. If not, on the fourth zone, there'll be much more damage goes towards them.
Absolutely. The fact that we are almost 11 minutes in, and what a shot from Du. We expect nothing less from this man. One of the most decorated snipers, MVP at 1 point, finish top 3 in one of the World Championship. Ever came so close when he was back in Nigma Galaxy. Those were good times for this guy. It's good to see the recovery. I mean, for AG, right, we already said that it came in at this in 7th place, 86 points. They gotta get more. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, up against 19 Esports, or at least what's left of 19 Esports. They found their 2nd point, but for 19 Esports, they're trapped. This is a fight that they are forced to take.
Yes, for right now, we have Cluso, Elbritin, already been taken out, and for the 3 players, they need to be careful because we are having Gaming Gladiators on the 2nd floor right here, and with one of the players are coming in, which is Elite. They have been shot by another team as well. I think it's Team Solid on the peak.
Yeah, it is. I think Team Solid, they are not going to take much chances. They have a compound within the circle. We'll wait for the circle to close in. Jota 10 goes for the rush first as Alcazia gets wiped out by Team Falcons. Triple kill for one more. I mean, 19 Esports, they got to somehow get to Elite, but I don't think they can get there. Not with Gaming Gladiators slowly closing in. You know, it's like putting 19 Esports in a chokehold. And this push is only going to get worse. Maxi 7, okay with the grenade launcher. Blows out Liam, can't find a knockout punch though. The grenade out good, time turner. And a counter push from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Netshoes Miners gets eliminated by Jota 10 with 9 health holding on. Finding the wipeout onto Liam and Raz. Jota 10 really putting in the heavy lifting. But Team Solid shows up to pick up the pieces. Find the scraps left behind by GG and 19 Esports. And both teams are holding on.
And what's amazing about this fight, we have Kochil from Gaming Gladiators still alive and still waiting for the fight's over. But unfortunately for him, he's been detected, and but Guaza already been taken out. Kochil with low HP has been shot by Tatu with that throw gun, and Emily taking him out. 3 points for Team Solid here.
Yeah, GG out in 9th place. And Onyx Olympus to follow fell in the hands of AG. Du, he might have to be sacrificed. There's 6 eliminations under his belt, but he's in the blue zone, and AG have bigger problems to worry about because they're getting pushed by Team Falcons. And the Falcons, relentless from the high ground, pushing AG out from the circle. And look at Team Falcons, they're not moving too far, right? They know they have the circle. Eventually, AG will have to come towards them. Koskio on the rotation from the left, alongside Peter. Good support from On Fire, afar with the RGS. Du confirmed the monster truck from Cypher to try to gain distance. Peter getting gunned down by Star, but On Fire instantly finds the exchange. Team Falcons still going strong. Point number 9 in their bag. Cypher trying to get as far away as possible. One more finds the first, second one goes wide. Cypher finding distance.
What a good shot coming from one more with that sniper. They are trying to hold on right now. For Team Solids are coming in with the glue wall has been opened up on fire. Trying to hold its ground. We have a tattoo climbing that monster truck. But 2 of the players, they are waiting. They are looking. Where are the 3 players? And knocked down by On Fire with that throw gun. They need to rush in right now, but one of the players coming from Falcon going in.
On Fire!
Peter with half of his HP. On Fire, Emily taken up. 1 more, and 3 players coming from Team Solid taken out as well. 13 eliminations goes toward them, and 1 last ball. Amazing, amazing fight been done by On Fire.
Man, Team Falcons awakened on the very last day of knockouts. On Fire, 6 points just on his own, killing spree. As stated, EVOS 2 left, 5 eliminations, but so far Team Falcons have been tearing up a storm. We've asked this question at the very start. The panelists talked about it. Would the rest of the Thai team step up their game? I mean, AG, they got knocked out earlier on, but for Twisted Minds and Team Falcons, they're still in the game. Jill finding Diamond, Twisted Minds in a rough spot, Nameless having to fight against Nature. And a couple of other teams from the side would just have to out-heal this. But it's safe to say that Twisted Minds will not last long.
Yes, and with 4 teams remaining, only Twisted Minds having the trouble on the outside of the zone. And with that shot from Q, is trying to take on, but EVOS as well is trying to go in with the monster truck, but eliminated on the 4th place. And Falcons going in. They will not wait any longer. One of the players from both teams has been taken out. 3 versus 3 right now. And with that sniper coming from one more, it's looking in. And they are fighting one of the players taken out. 2 of them. And they have been booyah for the first game. What a good shot coming from Falcon.
20 points just from eliminations in front of a home crowd. Supports and cheers from the audience stands. 32 points in total with the booyah in tow. This is the Falcons that I think everyone has been waiting for. The FFWS Southeast Asia Spring 2024 champions for a reason. Started slow yesterday, but this is one of the best possible opening statement.
Yes, what a great gameplay coming from Falcons. They know the right timing where to come when the others are still fighting towards each other. EVOS are the ones that are disturbing the gameplay for the other team as well. And Falcons take the great timing to sweep in and take out.
And this is just so surgical, right? We talked about them yesterday having very good, well, some good showings. Peter, the cost kill, but today, On Fire and one more. They are the highlights of this match, and I couldn't be happier because a lot of times when we look at Team Falcons, even before they were Team Falcons, when they were C-Triple-G, they had this unmatched aggression, right? It always felt like do or die for them, but most of the times is that you are the one that kind of, goes down. So Team Falcons, what a great start. Let's hand it back to the panel to see what they think about it.
Thank you, casters. So Cloud, I sat next to you and I asked you, so have you blessed this team with the birthday buff?
I mean, if only I had a mic, like literally holding a mic, it would be a mic drop moment, ladies and gentlemen. Team Falcons is back! And the highlight moment, definitely we have to talk about it. They went to the village, played a third party, took out 2 teams at least back-to-back to score 20 total eliminations.
Is that the highest number of eliminations we've seen so far? Because I feel like 19 up until this point has been the highest.
I think you're correct. Yeah, I think that is the highest. But I also want to give a little shout out to Fluxo, really stepping up. I don't know what was happening backstage, but it looks like all of the warm-up and all of that, has really helped them as they've gotten second place. They got 9 eliminations and 18 points? I mean, they only had 41 going into today, so this is a monster game for them.
You need this kind of head start, especially if you struggled on day number 1. And actually, I'm glad you sort of brought up Fluxo because we were sent, unfortunately, we cannot show this. I don't think we have any footage of it, but we were sent a picture from one of our backstage interviewers. And she essentially showed us Fluxo performing this kind of ritual before the game even started, right? So, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to try and win those games, and even if it means just doing something to mentally hype yourself back up. I mean, this is great news already for Fluxo fans, right? To pick things up already in game number 1. Now, obviously, with every match, there are winners and there are a couple of losers. I think we're going to have to talk about some of these losers. What really happened in this matchup?
I mean, look, there's a bit of a stumble and consistency issues that we've seen throughout. Katsuya didn't really do so well. I think that there was, a couple other ones. What was it? All Glory Gaming, they actually got knocked out early, as well as Netshu Miners. This is kind of not a good situation for them. They really needed those points, and getting eliminated early in the first 3, it's a huge blow for them, especially in game 1.
We do have a guest on stage as well. Arvid, welcome. I'm so glad to have these pets join us on stage because I think this is the first time we've actually had pets on a live event before. And look, is this basically how tall they are in real life? Is this... So...
Stand next to it?
Oh my gosh.
Will it bite? I don't know.
I don't think it bites.
Be careful, be careful.
I'm not very tall.
Look at.
Oh, giving you the thumbs up.
These things are tall.
You have no fear.
They make them look really small in game. Is this how big they actually are?
Well, I mean, maybe this is a big one.
Friendly.
Friendly.
They're
friendly.
Okay, friendly.
All right.
They're a little fierce in game, but friendly in real life. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the highlights for this match here, shall we? So obviously, a lot of the focus for our top 2 teams, but how are we kind of feeling for the rest of our competitors in this matchup? Because this is their warm-up game, essentially, for Bermuda.
Well, warm-up, yes. I mean, back in my village, we always say that
This
the first
old
game...
man.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, it is level up day. So, if you don't do well in the first game, yep, it is a warm-up game. But we have to remember, now there's only 5 more games to go for them to collect the points in. So it's going to be starting to be a little bit worrying for some of those teams down there.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if we're looking at some of them here, like all Gamers Global, like they had a monster game. 11 eliminations, they still did very well. And that's the biggest thing, is that you want to be aggressive. You want to be taking as many eliminations as possible because you want to control your destiny. And I think they did a good job. I'm seeing more aggressiveness today than I did yesterday.
Actually, speaking of eliminations, I'm glad you actually brought that up, right? Firstly, we know that Falcons took the majority of the eliminations in this round. Do you feel like teams actually need to start speeding things up in this early game? Because you can't just give one team all of the eliminations. If you're struggling for points, eliminations is where it's at.
Yeah, this is something that we talked during the pre-show as well, right? Because it is going to be the last day. You only got 6 games, including this game, so it's all in. Expect those teams to play a little bit faster, especially those teams who are desperate for points. I know Falcons, I wouldn't call them really desperate for points, but they wouldn't mind a couple of extra points. Hence, we can see the pace that they have brought onto the table. Just like how they started off, they went in actively into the village to be a third party between the other 2 teams, and they took them out to get the points. And at some point in the middle of the game, they fought one team, they won the fight, another team came to them, they immediately reset quickly, and they won another fight. So it was 2 fights back to back. That is the pace that they're going at.
Yeah, and actually Falcons is a heavyweight, let's be very honest, right? It's a very strong team, and they're like, hey, fundamentally, we're a much better team. We can win this fight, right? And we'll take it on, and they actually played it to the T, so to speak, and they got a lot of points. They got rewarded for it, for this high-risk, high-reward play, and it paid off with all the dividends.
Right, Hola, now I have been told that Arvin has to go, but could you kind of ask him what's his prediction for this next matchup?
Does it speak English?
Give it a shot.
Okay, what is your prediction? I actually, okay, it's thinking. All right, it gives me the thumbs up.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I think it's a Team Falcon fan from what I can tell.
Yeah, because he's green.
Yes, because
just say.
All right, thank you for your prediction. We'll see you next time. Hopefully we get some more guests, actually. I've been told we've got some very colorful guests on the stage, so looking forward to meeting all of them. I mean, we had Kitty, we had Draki as well on stage the past couple of days, so that was super, super fun. But we do have game number 2 coming up next, okay? And it's Purgatory. Truly, gentlemen, who do you actually feel is going to have a really good time here? We'll have a look at the MVP of the round as well as we have this discussion. But Purgatory, some of these teams really like Purgatory. Is Peter just going to go ham again?
I think we're going to see the rise again, just twisted minds. I think they're going to get a lot of points on this one. They did pretty well in terms of just points yesterday, so I expect to see a little bit more consistency and kind of going on with that continued on success.
Yeah, I would like to see All Glory Gaming doing well in the next round. I mean, they did take the fight towards Team Falcons earlier on. That just shows that they want to be at the same pace as Team Falcons. I mean, if you can play at the kind of pace, you're going to do well at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's time to fly. You can't actually just play this game with your clipped wings. You've got to fly at some point, and better late than never, right? For Team Falcons. But now, because of their performance, they obviously are going to have a pretty big target on their forehead. So you kind of have to wonder now as Falcons, do you need to lay low now? Because teams are now seeing you start to play super aggressive. Or is it maybe going to be a different case of Falcons speeding things up for everyone else?
Well, if I were to look at the numbers, right, I believe that Falcons can afford to take it slow now. Because of the amount of eliminations that they got earlier on, they would have gotten themselves like, what, 80, maybe close to 90 points. And we did talk about probably the bare minimum to pass through onto the next stage. And if that number is through about the 80-point mark, they would have done the business with 5 more games to go. So they can afford to take things slow.
Yeah, well, I think they could take it slow, but I think if I were the coach of the Falcons, I would tell them, hey, speed it up. Let's take over. There's no BRU. There's no loud. We could be the leaders here. This is the time to really build that momentum going into the points rush stage.
Yeah, but do you want to give away all your strats knowing that you've already qualified to the next stage?
I will fight you to the death.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay,
Sorry,
hold on.
I'm
We
not.
might need a little separation. Okay, little too dangerous on stage. All right,
I'm
Stay
scared
for a
now, I'm
hot minute
scared.
here.
Bring
Okay,
it.
we only have one game done, gentlemen. Okay, not yet. Game 5, Game 6. Okay, sure, you can head on outside, but I still need you both to sort of cooperate here. Purgatory. Okay, we have seen a number of different circles happen for Purgatory. In particular, we have seen the very much contested water circle. How do you deal with these to guarantee that you have the most favorable position if you do potentially have those water circles? Because
Okay,
you
well,
have portals, you have compounds, but what is more valuable to you as a team?
Well, for me personally, I think that's something that we can learn from RRQ on day one is that you try to play by the beach. When you play by the beach, you will have easier access to either side, wherever the circle goes at the end of the day. Of course, in that scenario, they got the circle, so great. But imagine if they didn't, like for them to gain access onto the other side of the island, they would have first-hand access, so it would be easier for them. So use that strategy, kind of use it and see how it will go.
I'm going to elaborate on that one. I think I'm going to pick the beach as well, but I'm just going to be praying, just hoping that the circle is right where I'm at.
Well, looks like our casters are ready, so let's hop right to it, folks. It is Purgatory, game number 2. Who's going to secure that booyah? Let's find out right now with our casters.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Yes, Avi, alongside Husky here, of course. Heading into game 2, it's Purgatory time, one of the biggest maps in the game. Teams are going to be spreading out. Very, very good flight path for all of these squads to fan out. And even then, we're seeing some very early drop, very early overlaps, right? You look at 19 Esports and Team Solid, they're pretty close to one another. A bit uncomfortable in that sense. Alcazia and Evo is also on the northwestern side. But speaking of the devil, it's going to be 19 Esports finding the first blood. Meanwhile, on the other end, Netshoe Miners and Team Falcons on one end.
Oh, right now for Evos is going in towards Alcazia in Crossroad, but for Netshoes, on fire already detected the players here. He's trying to go in, and what amazing thing is for this map is quite big, and with a few compounds and the shots right now by towards Apros with on fire using that XM8 was totally got the players, and with the general half of his HP now, Peter are going in, trying to take one more players coming from Netshoes. Can he make it? Immediately open that blue wall.
Yeah, pretty sure he can. He's just waiting. All right, General, what you got? Riptide read him out, takes on the blue wall. Now you got to win the fight. Actually, I thought it was going to be a bit closer, but unfortunately General wasn't able to land his shot. So just like that, we're seeing, I mean, the revives are coming in for Netshoe Miners. It's just a free fire thing, right? You lose some members, you bring them back in the early game, but Team Falcons off to a great start already. Can't say the same for Ray though. They were the ones who found Alcazia, but Ray is the first one that goes down. Remind finding that elimination.
Yes, with that, actually for this match at the moment we have 3 fights happening together, and for this Evos are losing one of the players, and we have in Brasilia as well. We have in Central where Netshoes and Falcon. So the chances are each of the team are trying to get away, trying to be safe as possible. As we can see here, 48 players are still alive within the game on the second minutes. But Nyx, coming from Team Solid, eliminated one of the players from 19. But for Alcazia, Aminos is trying to get back, trying to take that gap. Coming from Evos, 2 of the players trying to rush in.
to have King on the far end to provide some long-range support. Even for G18, right, he's also taking his own point, I'd say, in terms of coverage, in terms of vision. Alcacia have pretty good idea, pretty good vantage point to overlook Evo's Defiant. It's just paying off. The high ground, so good for Alcacia. Imgot's gonna go in to help his teammate. Aminos gonna receive the brunt of it. Full rush. Aminos locks himself off with the glue wall, but King and G18 as he goes down. Evo's Divine suddenly spring into action and finds 3 in an instant.
Automatically left with a Remind. 1 elimination points goes towards them, but a Remind need to get as fast as possible, but I hope they are not moving towards Mode House. For Mode House, Twisted Minds are getting prepared there. If he's going there, then the chances are Alcacia will be taken out on the 12th spot. But Gade,
he's chasing him.
He's chasing. He's not leaving him alone.
No, man. I mean, it's a cruel reminder of the degree of competition that they're up against, right? Alcacia definitely put out of the comfort zone. You can hear the rumbling of the engine. That was a shot, I believe, from Twisted Minds. Now, is it enough to distract EVOS? I think that's the main question.
Yep.
Feels like it. Good day. Okay, he's leaving for now. But I feel like EVOS have a pretty good idea, right? There's only one building in this area. G'day is in for the 1v1. We'll see if Remind can at least win the fight.
He's already coming out from the car just now.
Oh yeah, he knows.
He immediately knows where he is with that ice grenade. Immediately using the Tatsuya, going in, 8 damage, and Alcacia being wiped out to the 12th place on the 4th minute here.
Very unfortunate. We talked about the teams, Alcacia needing 10 points on average in every single round to overtake Hotshot as the bare minimum. But the fact that they got knocked out this early on, and this is round number 2, means that that average has just gone up. Only gets harder and harder, tougher and tougher for Alcacia. Take a look at the STC replay as well, right? The fight that we talked about, Team Solid and 19 Esports on the other side of the map off screen, it was just 19 Esports. The fact that they are winning this 1v1, right, hands down, it is super impressive. Because we expected a lot more from Team Solid, right? The first seed from Brazil, but 19 Esports, this is exactly what they need to have a chance to get into top 12.
Yes, and 19 Esports really showed that they are true colors as well as the first coming from Free Fire World Series for Latam. And for Gaimin Gladiators, right now they are having 2 eliminations. And from what we are seeing on Olympus, there are chances they'll be meeting with each other. Since they are still inside the zone are moving towards Brasilia. And only a few are still looting outside the zone right now.
I want to quickly touch on Fluxo because I feel like so far they are the biggest winners of this map when the teams kind of parachuted down from the plane. Fluxo took the entire west side, right? They went to Marble Works. But the entire west island was actually unoccupied. So Fluxo got everything they want. They make a quick rotation. They are currently now kind of on the north of Brasilia where 19 Esports is. So, you know, for Fluxo, they've gone out to a decent start so far. And even for round 2, this is the best possible opening, uncontested. And it's just, they just have to make use of it. But for Twisted Mind and EVO's Divine, it seems like they're not really budging. Even for NMG, right, I feel like they caught a glimpse of Sebas, they caught a glimpse of Dew just now. And they are not engaging, and I do like the discipline. There's no need to fight right now.
And right now for AG Cypher, he needs to be careful because the whole Team Solids are nearby. With one of the players just used the vending machine just now. And of course, they are trying to look out for each other. But for Guar, of course, he'll be waiting for his teammate to come here. And with that Tatsuya as well, he immediately came in. And both of them are automatically Tattoo assisting his own teammate there. With 1 elimination points goes towards Team Solid.
You gotta give it over to Cypher though. That play, definitely unexpected. But Guaksha very prepared for that possibility. And with the backup of the rest of his team, of course, it was easy work, it was light work. And then AG, they're kind of split up around the map, right? We saw the revive, I believe, on one of the AG members early on. So they are very, very scattered on this map, which is very uncharacteristic for AG. Usually they would play like a 2-2 split. So the fact that they are so far from one another does indicate that this is going to be a super slow game. And it's not over yet because they lose Cypher, Karama just got revived, and they are still in the vicinity of where Team Solid is.
And this will give Team Solid a chance to collect those points as well. But with M79, the grenade launcher
Oh my goodness.
took one, but unfortunately for Caramel, he's been taken out as well. But there we go.
Fluxo.
Another fight. Fluxo and 19 Esports. Bobs has been taken out. With that car as well, Jota is trying to find where the other players. Gyu as well, half of his HP has been taken out.
Yeah, time turner, not enough to save Gyu. And 19 Esports actually just signs of life. This is a breath of fresh air for the team. Cluso on the other end, Fluxo. Can you believe it? Wiped out just like that despite a start that was uncontested. I mean, doubters be damned, right? 19 Esports nailing 9 eliminations. And they're not even the favorites coming in from Latin. It was Team Solid, but I feel like 19 Esports, they're starting to make a name for themselves. The dream would be having all Brazilian teams qualify to top 12, but maybe on the way you gotta take each other out.
Yes, and even so, on the 8th minute for 19 Esports, they are the eliminations leader here. And they need to keep on going, keep up that momentum. Taking out one of the players coming from AG, which is only nearby. But right now, what we are seeing for Caramel is trying to hide himself away from that compound. For 19 Esports, from what I see, they are trying to cover from the uphill, making sure that the other teams will not be backstabbing them as well.
They have a pretty good position. You get to gatekeep. Well, at least for now, the closest team is AG, right? You know, AG Global, Caramel, Dude, they're still in a very scattered spot, but you know, within arm's reach at Brasilia. So I think 19 Esports, they have found a very safe home. Gaming Gladiators, very quiet so far, but AGG on the horizon. This is going to be important as well because we talked about AGG being less of a dark horse and more of the matter-of-fact team to make it to top 2. I think Holler brought that up on the panel. If they can overcome Gaming Gladiators, I think GG will have a way better chance.
Yes, there are chances for AGG. But from what I see here, within the map, we have 3 squads already been holding the compounds. Then there are chances for the other teams. For Falcons right now, they are moving in towards with that vehicle as well. It's quite dangerous move from them, but the chances are if they move forwards toward the field, then on the left, they have Team Solids. On the right, 3 squads. We have Gaming Gladiators, AGG, and also Owning Olympus.
It's going to be quite tight, though. The circle closing in again. The next phase of the round. 10.5 minutes in, 10 teams left. So it's going to get pretty tight, pretty populated. Too many people on the map right now, so some of them have to go. And we see teams converging, right? Everyone making a rotation. Twisted Minds up against 19 Esports. Can 19 Esports keep the streak rolling? Twisted Minds going for a 2-2 split, but I think it is going to be tough with Maxi finding Exposy just like that with their RGS. What can the Latin team not do? Jota 10 wants the second one. Everyone on Twisted Minds on the list. Maxi 7 traded out. Saming joking out. The footwork from Saming not good enough. And Cluso will nail that shot. Diamond next on the chopping block. It's Twisted Minds on the death note of 19 Esports. Diamond and Nameless trying to hold the string together, but it will be dressed unravel for Twisted Minds. 19 Esports wiping the floor with the Thai team.
Amazing gameplay coming from the 19 Esports. They immediately taken out Twisted Minds. What a good gameplay coming from them. And with that, they are still leading the elimination points on the 11th minute. But we are moving towards a Falcon with 5 elimination points. They are meeting with Team Solid. We have Peter trying to go in. Right now for Peter, he's trying to be safe, trying to look for the others. And On Fire got one of the players with that Drogon as well.
Yeah, On Fire so far has still been consistent general trading Cosq. Cosq needing a bit of help. On Fire now under a lot of pressure. 30L, 21. The numbers go down, but not On Fire though. Still standing. On Fire, invincible. But Falcons, they didn't walk out of this with everything, right? They still lost 2 members, having to use the portal to reposition. On Fire needs some time before he can join Peter. And NMG catching up. It's Proc 7 to find a knock. Peter eliminated without putting up much resistance. On Fire cannot hold on for much longer. Deal to find the last one.
Falcon being sandwiched by 3 squads. We have Owning Olympus, we have AG, and then Shuminers of course, with 2 plays remaining, they cannot do anything. And we are at the 12 minutes where 7 squads remain. And Fernando using the AWM, trying to take that shot. And Zone is shrinking with going towards an open area. All the teams right now, we are seeing 19 Esports will be fighting together with a team coming from Indonesia, EVOS Esports.
I mean, 19 Esports looking to put another region on the list. Maxi 7 with the RGN. Dota 10 to come in. What is 19 Esports on today, Alvi? Absolutely demolishing EVOS and leaving only 1 left alive. Aim God. Can he make magic out of it? I mean, AGG wants a piece of the pie. Maybe AGG is the solution, is the conclusion of the 19 Esports rampage in this round. Rafax does find Maxi 7, but is it enough to shut down 19 Esports though? This compound compromised.
And right now for 19, they are holding the compound quite well. Although they are grenade launcher coming from that Trogon from AGG, immediately didn't budge them to move from this compound. But Imgod is still alive, coming from EVOS. Justin going in, they are trying to move in, but Chrono has been broken. And immediately headshot right there. Rafax with that Uzi, taken one of the players. And Kuso as well from Sebas. Jota taken him out as well.
Yeah, Jota is still going. I mean, 19 Esports taking massive damage and eventually going down to the blue zone. But man, did they put up a fight and just setting the tone for the rest of the lobby. Gaming Gladiators finally breaking the silence, breaking the ice, showing up to fight against Netshoe Miners on one side and AGG on the other. A bloodbath in such a tight space. They are in the circle and they are fighting for safe haven. But Bardo from AGG will eliminate EVOS for now, down to 5 teams.
Oh, but for Netshoe, they are going in. They are trying with that Bluetta to make sure that there are no blue wall that can be open. AGG has been eliminated on the 5th place, but for Gaming Gladiators has been taken out by Netshoe Miners. What a rush! They just go in and taken 3 players in a bit.
AGG with their dying breath landed a nade onto Gaming Gladiators, and that allowed Netshoe Miners to find a wipeout. Talks about intervention from beyond. And that puts Netshoe Miners in the best possible spot as AG Global shows up. But it is a race against the blue and the race towards Netshoe Miners. Brazil against Thailand, the eternal rivalry represented by a different squad, but still the spirit lives on. And AG starting to close the gap a little bit. You see that portal leading to the back lines of Netshoe Miners. No one taking it just yet, at least not for AG. They don't feel safe enough. And Netshoe Miners, they are the ones to step on the paddle, accelerating the momentum. They are the ones that runs towards AG. You see General leading the charge. Proc 7 showing up. AG forced to take the fight. Cypher wins that one with the Bison. General shows up too with a snipe. Fast interception and Nando 9, last man alive, General to fall. And Netshoe Miners might not cross the finishing line. It still shows up for the finishing touches, cannot find it. Nando 9 switches to the Uzi, switches back to his rifle to find a killing spree. 1 versus 2. Can Nando 9 pull off the impossible in his final circle? Cypher says no, and AG Global locks it in.
What a great gameplay! They immediately will not give a time towards the players trying to heal himself just now. But 2 versus 1 and with the sniper as well, of course it's gonna be quite challenging, but a good try coming from the player.
Amazing booyah, AG Global needed this, and I think safe to say, if you are an AG Global supporter, you can be very, very certain that top 12 is guaranteed. Their keys will remain for another 2 days and across the weekend, and then we'll find out where they stand. But at least they're guaranteed a slot, right? They get point rush, they get to play the grand finals. But let me just say, 19 Esports, I think they captured our hearts this round. 19 Esports, Netshoe Miners, intervention from AGG to really kind of skew the round away from Gaming Gladiators. That was kind of a heartbreak for the Indonesian team, but that's what makes it competitive.
Yes. And what's get more excited to see all the teams are backing up and taking the chance to make sure that they get those points.
I just love the environment. Absolutely stunning. I think overall it's just how the teams have been really showing out, right? We talked about landing a knockout punch and they definitely lifted the weights. We're going to pass it back to the panel to see what they have to say about this amazing round 2.
Thank you, Husky. Thank you, Obvi. And what an ending that was. Gentlemen, AGG proving that they're the top dogs in game number 2 for today. And it was a pretty interesting late game for these two teams, right? AGG versus Miners. I want to hear your thoughts here, Neptune, right?
Yeah.
At first, it was Miners. They were the ones kind of defending the inner circle, and it was AGG that had to slowly advance in and use their glue walls. Do you feel the fact that Netminers, they didn't move, they decided to stand their ground and try and eliminate them from range? Do you think this was actually a mistake?
Actually, that has been the plan that they are showing, especially in this game, because they kept their distance from so many engagement, just making sure that they get the elimination or knock first before rushing in. So I guess that they got caught in that pattern, thus making it difficult really to go into a quick rush, and they were just like Foots has been stuck on the floor and they can't move.
Yeah, and Neju Miners, they have a somewhat slower gameplay, right? They're going to use Nando, snipe out as many people, pick people off as they come at you, so to speak. And they did all right. I mean, they got second place, so big props to them.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it could have been that booyah. So what did AGG do in that late game to sort of propel them and actually win that match overall? Because it wasn't just a case of they just sort of run and gun, pray that their glue walls were going to be enough. They took it really slow. Very calculative entrance into that late game.
Definitely. I mean, some of the teams, especially those coming from Southeast Asia, they tend to spread out, thinking that they will be able to get them in different angles. Thus, the 10 elimination that AGG managed to pull off in this game.
And as you can see here right now, we have a 3-way first place in this matchup. 3 teams tied with 22 points. AG Global, 90 Esports, and Netshoes Miner. These 3 teams going to be happy to grab those points, but look at the spread of points for the remaining teams. We have 3 teams tied with 11, 2 teams tied with 9. Very, very top-heavy game here, gentlemen.
Definitely. Very top-heavy, but look at Fluxo. We complimented them. That was my fault. I did that. And now look at that. They drop a donut in that game. That was huge. That was a disaster for Fluxo. They cannot afford to do that kind of stuff.
It seems like our assumption that they just had this plan all along to slow down in the first match and the first day that they have. Well, this might not be the case. They might have been having some issues right now. Not quite sure if it's the travel, not quite sure if it's the venue, or I don't know, but this doesn't seem like the Flexo that everyone else is expecting.
You know what you're doing right now? You're making excuses, okay? I think at the end of the day, Fluxo, though, this is one where there's no time for that, right? You must make it to the top 12. Stop making excuses. Get those kills. Do what you can to get yourself the best opportunity because, again, you're struggling. I mean, you need to figure out a way to bounce back.
Exactly. I mean, that's something that players like me, who doesn't do much, really do, make excuses. But again, we're looking at Fluxo right here.
I like
so
the honesty.
I'm just putting them in my shoes, though. But I don't know exactly what's happening in their mind.
Yeah.
I also want to sort of point out in this matchup here, we're playing on Purgatory, but I kind of feel like teams are still playing a very respectable game. They were playing a little bit slow. No one was going in there going for that true run and gun. We had 8 teams so late into that matchup. It wasn't funny. And so knowing this, is this the call for one of these teams to just actually really step in and say, I'm just going to run everybody over because everyone's playing so scared. They're playing so conservatively to the point where we are running out of real estate.
Yeah, you know who took advantage of all of that passive play? 19 Esports.
They did.
They got what? I think 19 kills living up to their name, and then they put themselves in a great position. Oh, sorry?
Magic number.
Yeah, it is a magic number. You just got to equal it. I mean, you got to do that every game. But this is the first time that we've really seen 19 Esports pop off. You know, this is the #1 team from Latin America. So we had high expectations going into this one. And this is the first time they've been able to shine. Can they continue that? We're going to have to see.
One thing I would say is for teams who are the bottom, mostly had nothing to lose, really are doing so much in this game. Same as what we have with our MVP.
It's due. This man is always MVP if his team manages to secure the booyah for the matchup. I mean, if you see Do and you're the last person on your team and you're running, Do's got you, man. GG, but wonderful numbers across this man's names as well. 4 eliminations, 2.8k damage, 1,764 healing as well. AGG, maybe they're starting to wake up today. Maybe they're going to be the ones to hog all the points. We thought it could have been Falcons, but, you know, AGG, maybe it's their time to shine instead. I kind of want to sort of, I want to look at the bottom of the brackets again, folks, because again, the story today is who's going to make it to top 12. And we've already had 2 rounds so far. Who is struggling after these 2 games? Because we only have 4 matches left.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of hopes for Onyx Olympus, but currently they're not moving up together with Kadisia Esports. So it's really tough for them, for both these teams. And judging from the explosion from 19 Esports, they might be left behind slowly as they move up.
I love this fact, right? I think it's a great rat race. I mean, 46 points on it. This is something achievable, right? They have 4 more matches. They have an opportunity to get themselves back in that game. 19 Esports had a monster game, 52. Again, this area, I would say, even is very close to Hotshots Esports. Right now, they're just like, hey, let's just stop the games. Let's just do what we can, because Hotshots Esports does not want any of them to
They're
surpass
sweating.
them. They're sweating.
I'd be sweating bullets.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting in the
desert.
grass.
Yeah, it's sweating.
Oh boy. But we also have a bit of a sad story as well for our bottom runners, unfortunately, right? The chance for them to climb up to 80. It's a big call. And we have 4 games remaining. What do you do at this point if you're in desperation mode? Do you start hot dropping people? Do you start going to places that you don't normally explore just to do something different? Because I want to bring up this idea, and this happens a lot towards the tail end of the competition. Teams in desperate need of points, feasting on the team struggling, because they know in a lot of those engagements, they are going to win. If you are on the bottom rung of that leaderboard and you know you're going to be targeted by some of these teams that need points, what do you do to avoid this?
Well, one thing I would suggest, pull a 19 Esports. Be that aggressive team when everyone is so passive. Be that tactical when everyone is aggressive. They're just switching it up, enjoying the game overall. That's just sticking to the basic, because like what I said, those at the bottom of the pack has nothing, if not less, to lose. So they can just enjoy this game, play to the basics, and do what they do best from their qualifiers. They're the top of their qualifier region.
I think, yeah, I think that's the right idea. But I think in situations like if we're talking about Katsuya, I feel like there's almost like a shocking experience. This is like the international experience of like, oh my God, these teams are amazing. They're actually very good. They're fundamentally sound. And Katsuya has really been struggling in that sense. What they've been trying to do is they've gotten, like they've been trying to hide. They haven't really been taking the fights, but they've been found and they've been eliminated early, almost picked on.
I mean, I heard Neptune, and it just sounds like the YOLO strat. You know, you only live once. You just got to run and gun. You don't pray that you're going to do enough. We are going to let our teams get ready for our next matchup. But as for us, we're going to have a quick break. So as always, folks, if you need to do anything at all, toilet, snacks, call your friends, set up that watch party, because we're going to start Game 3 after this break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الهيدسوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to the backstage of Free Fire Esports World Cup. We're right here with none other than 19 Esports. That was the best game you guys have had during the group stage. What was the mindset throughout the game?
Ha sido el mejor partido que habéis tenido durante esta fase eliminatoria. ¿Cómo os habéis sentido?
Bastante bien. Dijimos que hoy teníamos que salir a todo o nada, así que si queremos clasificar nos queda esto, salir a matar y salir a buscar la kill, que es lo que nos solemos hacer bien, pero ayer no nos salió nada, así que nada de eso.
We wanted to go for all in or nothing, so this was a strategy and we tried to get as many kills as possible.
Do we expect to see that kind of strategy once again? Are you guys going to continue to be very aggressive?
¿Podemos esperar la misma estrategia aquí en adelante? ¿Vais a seguir siendo muy agresivos?
Sí, o sea, nos toca ser agresivos, no es que queramos no ser nuestra táctica, no tenemos que hacer eso, si queremos pasar, tenemos que ser agresivos, así que sí, tenemos que seguir así.
Yes, absolutely. If we want to pass to the next phase, we have to be aggressive. It's not that we have another option.
Well, they definitely need to continue on to that. If not, they're not going to be able to make it to the weekend. Hopefully, 19 Esports will be there in the grand finals. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much for the wonderful interview. Welcome back to the analyst desk, the analyst stage, folks, because we are getting ready to jump into game number 3, and it's my favorite map of all. If it's not random, it's Kalahari. So, now that we are moving on to a much larger map, we have seen a lot of conservative play up until this point, right? Both Purgatory and Bermuda, lots of teams remaining up until those last couple of circles. 8 teams on average for those 2 maps. Are we going to see the same thing here for Kalahari, or are we going to see a change, a shift amongst our teams as they realize we are hitting the halfway mark here at the Esports World Cup?
For me, it seems like the shade will be green once again, following what we've seen from match number 1. Because when we look at the historicals and the numbers right here for Team Falcons, they have like average 21 in total of points and 14 in elimination. That's a lot already coming from this group of A and C.
Yeah, and I mean, I expect to see more of the same, but I want to see Twisted Minds kind of really step up in this one. They've been largely quiet. They've kind of been in the middle tier. I mean, not to see that there's any worry about them qualifying into the points rush stage, but I think that this is still a time where you want to take things seriously. You want to get your name out there, and you want to have people respect you.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, we're still not seeing the Twisted Minds to step into the qualifier, especially when we saw them in FFWS Southeast Asia, wherein they're just going guns blazing, no regards for placement, just elimination. No, they're more tactical right now, and well, all thing I say, I love how it's coming up, but I miss the Twisted Mind, the original Twisted Mind gameplay.
Now, Neptune, I know you are our stats boy here on the stage. Who has had the best numbers in Group A and C on Kalahari so far? Because obviously, if you've been doing well, this is a map that you're going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the Team Falcons, who is a part of this game, part of this group, we have a few more that really showed up, like RRQ Kazu. So they've already showed their mark. We've already felt them. Following them is Buriram United, Loud, PE Sports. So next
it's all been Group B.
It's all in Group B. Probably it's because of the number of games that they played as well. So this will be the last Kalahari for everyone, and for those in Group B, they've completed the numbers already.
Yeah, so I mean, Group B dominated everything, right? Took away everything, so it's very difficult for the other teams to kind of really step in there. But again, we saw all gamers do really, really well. I mean, without the BRU, the bullies of Thailand, and I mean, this is still a very good, strong team in Thailand, but they've always been kind of in the shadows, so to speak. They haven't been able to get that sunshine, but now with those other teams there, they can really shine, they can do well. I expect to see continued success from that team.
Now, speaking of numbers, we do know already that Team Falcons kind of want to have this map for theirs. Who are we sort of predicting to take this game, however? Just going off of what we have seen today and everything that we know about these teams thus far.
It's
hard,
to say.
I know.
It's hard to say because we've seen a lot of turnarounds, especially with what 9 in Esports showed. Though they were eliminated, were unable to get that booyah, but it is that potential of getting that booyah for this game.
Well, speaking of Falcons, it looks like we actually have an interview with them on stage. So let's see what they have to say before we jump into Kalahari.
Hey everybody, it's Yoso. Welcome to our interview show. Right next to me is Team Falcons Peter. So, hello Peter. Can you say hello to the audience, please? Okay, so first questions. We were having a very kind of slow start in the first day, but now you come back and boom, it was very fantastic. So how did you guys manage to have that very beautiful booyah?
ช่วงประมาณวัน2วันแรกเนี่ยมันเหมือนยังไม่ค่อยเข้าที่เข้าทางเท่าไหร่เนาะแต่วันนี้เราได้บูย่าแล้วมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นครับหรือมีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงไปบ้างไหมก็เราเรียนรู้จากวันแรกที่เราเล่นไปครับว่าเราพลาดตรงไหนแล้วก็เราเอาไปปรับปรุงครับ So we learned from the mistake that we made on the first few days and we learned about that and we come back stronger.
I agree. You guys come back really, really pretty. So in the next questions, who would you think is the strongest rivalry you have been through?
คิดว่าใครที่เราเล่นเรารู้สึกตึงมือที่สุดในตอนนี้ครับก็ทุกทีมตึงมือหมดครับแต่มันอยู่ที่จังหวะครับว่าใครทำจังหวะได้ดีกว่ากัน Every team is kind of tough to fight to, but it now depends on the moment of the game.
I see. Peter, are you confident enough to achieve this beautiful trophy?
ปีเตอร์ครับคิดว่ามั่นใจไหมครับว่ายังไงก็ได้แชมป์แน่ๆครับก็จังหวะเกมอะไรมันก็เกิดขึ้นได้หมดครับผมไม่สามารถตอบได้ว่าใครจะเป็นแชมป์ครับก็รอดูในเกมแล้วกันครับ Anything can happen in this game so far. I cannot confirm that we're gonna win this, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yes, and I wish the best for you as well. So, Peter, last word. Anything you want to say to the viewers and the Team Falcons fan?
อยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆ Falcon ไหมครับก็ฝากเชียร์ทีม Falcon ด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่เหมือนที่ผ่านๆมาครับ Please cheer us and we will do our best.
Thank you so much, Peter, and good luck in your next match. Now it's the end of our interview. Let's head back to the studio.
Well, I hope that confidence for Peter kicks into this game because for Team Falcons, they need this energy, they need these push-in points, they need that motivation, especially if they want to make it to that final stage. But gentlemen, it seems like Kalahari is ready to go. So let's hop to it, folks. It is time to drop into Kalahari. Let's meet our casters beforehand, though. It is Husky, it is Ovi. Take it away for game number 3.
Thank you very much to the panel. We heard it from Peter and Ovi. I hate to say this, but we are at the halfway point of this knockout stage. But there's so many things that's happening, right? I personally am getting absolutely nervous of what's gonna happen, but we're gonna head to the stage and see what's up there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SDC Arena, and we continue on with our free fire action at the Esports World Cup. Incredible games, quick ones actually, that we've had to start off our day. But Eliminations Day, there is nothing like it, Yonsei.
Yes, I agree. Thailand is on fire when continued teams are trying their best in the two first games. AG Global, Team Falcons, they did a very good job. But today is the last day for all the teams to embrace and challenge everything to knockout stage. Yeah, so tomorrow is gonna be like the point rush stage, and the final will be the final stage. Everybody's was waiting for this as well.
Absolutely, the players are on the edge of their seats to get into games, so we won't stall for too long. Who can make it past? We still have 4 more games to go, and we'll introduce the next 2 onto our casters for more free fire action.
Thank you very much, Milosh and Yunsu. We are almost set to drop into the desert of Kalahari, one of my personal favorites, but from recent statistics. I believe the Esports World Cup committee, they have talked to some Free Fire players, and most of them, I would say 99%, absolutely despise Kalahari.
Yeah.
And that's what I like. I like the things that people hate, right? One man's trash is another man's treasure, you know, and I can understand why people don't like Kalahari. It's a complex map to play.
Yeah, it's a very complex indeed. And when we see the map, actually, there's only a few compounds left. And of course, the players, they need to be careful when they are moving towards their rotation as well. If they are stuck within that open space with a Skylar on hand, then the chances are they'll be having some troubles to go forward or to have a fight with the others as well. And now we are moving towards the game 3. On Kalahari, the flight path coming in from Shrines towards Stone Ridge. The balance of the map are a bit far apart, but we are seeing Twisted Mind, 19 Esports, Team Solid as well. They are trying to move towards their favorite drop spot, the Maze and Mammoth as well, but 19 will pick Refinery. There are no early fights, but for Command Post, there'll be Netshoe Miners and Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus right now kind of in the hot seat, right? Because they have only gotten 14 points, so it's not guaranteed that they might make it, not with this start. Gardu already eliminated, dispatched by the members of Netshoe Miners Command Post. It's basically lost. Right? If you're on Olympus, you just run, you grab whatever coins you can, get the heck out of there. If you have to lose more members, so be it. It's all about survival of the fittest. And this is what's tough about Kalahari. Even if you get far enough, because of the open ground, you might not even make it. Netshoe Miners coming in strong, swinging the gates open, finding 3 eliminations just like that.
Oh, and now we are left with Kiba. Kiba is just nearby with an open space there near the revival zone, and he's trying to purchase a med kit. He's waiting. Tatsuya has been used, but Prox, it seems like he knew. Oh, he's trying to take that. Oh, almost. Kiba has shown himself. Can he survive this fight? With 3 of the members, for sure they're gonna gun him down. With glue wall has been opened. Red One is trying to come in to assist his teammate. But right now, it's quite safe for Kiba. He needs to make sure that for the other 3 players coming from Netshoe Miners will not detect him here on the 2nd floor.
He's done enough for Gardu, right? Gardu is far away, so Kiba, he's going to be the distraction. But I think the most important question is how much can he do? How much more can he do? Well, not much. Nando9 make sure that, yep, that's it. You know, we give you one. Good on you. We're gonna report Prox for not checking his 6s. But we're not gonna let you get away with more. So 4 points for Netshoe Miners. On the other side, it's Confinement. That's where Team Falcons are. And just like Falcons, they are always looking from above. Eagle's eye view. And one more on top of this roof, making sure that kind of the surrounding areas is going to just be a Falcon's nest.
Yes, and they just missed All Glory Gaming, but it seems like one more is already sniffing them out. But we are seeing 19. They are fighting with AG. One of the players has been taken out with that throw gun by Cypher. But, oh, he shot with that shotgun by Jota. But unfortunately for him, he was taken out. 3 players tried to rush him out. Of course, he unable to survive right there.
Yeah, and I saw the binoculars from AG as well, right? They want Refinery. 19 Esports, they were on a roll in the previous game, but this one is a slower start. We saw the mass revive just now, thanks to Elite 11. He brings the rest of his team back with the coins, but it's going to be a slower game for them. Evo's, on the other hand, finding Aminos already. Alcazia. Across 2 rounds, they've only gotten 1 point, and that was the one elimination, the single one that they got from the previous round. And it's not looking good for them. They need a lot more to even catch up. 59 points if you look at average. Let's see if Evo's Divine will make it out of this though. Or should I say, will Alcazia make it out of this one? A-Bax behind the wall. Bit of a push. King needs to land a shot, finds it. And towards the very end with the Mach 10, A-Bax does drop King with the flick. The 90-degree shot coming alive and showing Evos that they are not to be underestimated. G18 also pulling his weight. Alcazia survives the onslaught.
Good job coming from Alcazia. They are still maintaining their position, but we are seeing Falcon rushes in. Justin has been taken out as well by On Fire with the Bison. But Rafael has already revived Justin immediately. But they are fighting with each other with that Bison. Peter immediately taking him out as well. 2 elimination points goes towards the Falcon. And they are dominating in this Council Hall. But right now, EVOS with one of the players, Ray.
Oh, no.
He's trying to revive his own teammate, but unfortunately for him, he met with Team Falcon and taken out as well.
The Falcons clocking in 4 at the start. Still, Ray gets brought back by G'day. Nothing much was lost. But Onyx Olympus, they just got the mass revive, and Gary finally meets his end. So, I mean, the revive does come true, but for Onyx Olympus, it's just another long round, right? It's another long game. Even for this one, ABAX on the other end. I mean, considering the amount of eliminations we've seen, the fact that all players are still in the lobby really is a testament to how amazing the revive system is. So Justin goes down thanks to ABAX. Is the revive going to come through? Let's see. All right, no revive. Not for now.
Not for now. But right now, 47 players are still within the game. And as you see, they are really trying to immediately revive their own teammate. And as we see in the map, it's quite big for the map Kalahari. Then there are chances for them to pick up those coins. And if, let's say, they are one down, vending machine is accessible anywhere. But for Sebas right now, he's trying to go in to find his AVAX are alone.
Rafax finds him. So, I mean, this one is a freebie. You know, it's like kind of given away. Aim God's ready. He was ready to bring AVAX back. The moment he sees his teammate goes down, pop, instant revive. So we are sort of back to square one. Oh man, Gary went down, so 47. How long can we keep the whole lobby alive until revive starts running dry? You would think that on a map like Kalahari, it's going to be slightly slower, you know, but it's the complete opposite. Teams are just running and gunning and then reviving. I mean, money is in abundance due to recent updates. It's so easy to find coins on the map if you are not blowing, you know, 2,000 on a portal, on a set of portals. Of course, even with the STC replay, with this C Team Falcons getting almost a near wipeout, Aim God finding Bardu. This is just a constant rivalry. We're back to 47, 48, down to 46. Oh, there we go, Joda, revive. All right, the lobby is now almost whole again. I love this, I love this. Revive system is so great. You get second chances, third chances.
And with a big map like this, they can immediately reset themselves, reset their group to get the most equipment that they can get. And with the second zone gonna be showing up towards command post. So the chances are we are having about 4 teams already inside the zone. And for the others, we are seeing AG will be fighting with Alcazia. Cypher rushes in with that Trogon, but with that fast glue wall, immediately make it harder for Cypher to take out the players.
Man, props to G18 for trying, but Alcazia, they're in a very rough spot. Cypher did take out G18 and Remind finds Dew. Okay, that is a decent trade back. But if you're Alcazia, you need a lot more than just one. Aminos and Remind sticking together, but starting to get into the blue. Look at AG coming in from multiple angles. It is the crunch right now from the Thai squad. To slowly flush out the remainders of Alcazia. No scraps, no survivors left. Not even a messenger to tell the tale. Cypher from behind. Remind has to take the fight. Does not get much done. At the end of the day, it's just AG just pulling out all the stops and, you know, overwhelming Alcazia. And even then, Alcazia are still in the game.
And they're still able to revive their own teammate as well. And as long as AGG will not see one of the players, which is King, trying to hide himself, Rafa is closing in. Will he survive?
I think he will, right? I mean, King and GNT are still... Oh! King was behind! Alright, Sebas shows up. King is gonna get that one. It was a simple, very straightforward collection. Charge Buster in the hands of Sebas. King now has drawn the rest of AGG to his area. King tries to run away, comes the corner. This should be it. It's Justin confirms that elimination. So Alcazia down to just G18. We're 8.5 minutes in OV. And we still have 45 players in the lobby.
Yes, and for that, 3 of the players are coming in from Alcazia. So for sure, the last player coming from Alcazia, G18, will need to be making sure that he can revive his own teammate. But right now on the sub, we are seeing Twisted Mind. They'll be fighting with Team Solid. But Team Solids, they are really positioned themselves behind that, on top of that submarine here.
Guaksha, what a shot onto Exposy. And Tatu, he was spotted. You see who took that shot, not enough to take him down, thankfully. How you wish you have a Raphael right now with that for the one tap. But still, Twisted Minds slowly pushing forward, you know, inch by inch. It's about baby steps to cover the ground and making sure that all corners are accounted for. Twisted Minds now amping up the tempo. Exposy taking some shots on the midair. Nick 7 shoots him down, making sure that Twisted Minds cannot make that movement without paying the price. And they are going to call it quits. They realize that, okay, I mean, the Team Solid, they're putting up a fight. You know, they are the BRU Slayers somewhat during the Mobile Masters, and they even showed it on day 1 of the group stage. It's not an easy fight. Skylar even used Riptide Rhythm. Guaksha going for the push on the Nameless. It's a 1v1 and a shot to the body. Mash revives for Alcatsia. Nameless surrounded trap 7 with the confirmation. And it's going to be Team Solid finding 2 onto Twisted Minds.
Unfortunate for Twisted Mind, they are being challenged and being pushed. But we have another fight as well here, Twisted Minds. Only Saming is still within the place, but he's trying to get away. He's been shot at the back and immediately been taken out as well by Trap. And now 4 elimination points goes to Team Solid. But for the others, just now during the kill feed, we are seeing more and more Team Evos as well. They got some elimination points and they are fighting in Refinery. So most of the players, we still have 12 teams, 40 players remaining. And we are on the 3rd zone right here, and it is shrinking toward the 4th.
I mean, this is very scary. This is absolutely scary because we have, I mean, we have 12 teams like you mentioned, right? And the fact that we are so deep into the round, always going to be messy, man. Are you ready? You ready for the mess? Because I am ready for some bloodbath. The panel talked about Twisted Minds not really showing up today. I think Neptune did mention this is not the Twisted Minds that we are familiar with. And they're still trying to find their footing, right? 3 rounds in and Twisted Minds absolutely struggling. Even Exposy got picked off kind of mid-rotation when they were running away from Team Solid. It was even Alcatsia. You think this is one of the best case scenario for them because they kept getting the revive. But the fact that all teams are still up means that Alcatsia, they're not going to get any placement points if they go out right now.
Yes, in fact, although it was 11 minutes, then the chances are they need to be careful. They need to find a compound where they can stay put. But for G18, already revived 2 of his players here. And within the zone right now, from what I'm seeing, most of the compound has been picked by all the squads. And so the chances are we are seeing AG still leading the elimination points here. One of the players coming from Alcatsia here, which is King.
I did see Team Solid use the binoculars onto Onyx Olympus, so we did spot them out on the west side of Command Post, because that's where Team Solid needed to go and see them fly in. But right now on the screen it's going to be AGG against Team Falcons. With AGG, they have the high ground, but you would think that this is a safe spot to be in. But in Kalahari, the high ground fights are a lot more different compared to the conventional maps that we have. Onyx Olympus down to Gardu, and this is just a rough spot to be in. Gardu stood no chance. The first team to get wiped out are going to be the Hedgehogs. This is scary for Onyx Olympus. I mean, on my bingo card, they are definitely going to make it if they just keep the consistency. But Onyx Olympus so far have not found momentum. Indonesia waiting with bated breath. Alcatsia also to follow. 2 teams wiped out just like that.
And right now, the 4th zone is shrinking. We are left with 10 squads remaining, 37 players. What I'm seeing, we have 3 squads unable, or 4 squads unable towards each other. We have Fluxo, Team Solid, Netshoe Miners, and as well as Gaimin Gladiators. And with an open space for the next zone, which are shrinking right now, then there will be only 1 squad left.
I think whoever wins this fight is going to have the best position, right? Because they're currently uncontested when it comes to the circle. And Team Falcons right now, they have the advantage. AGG, they're bruised, but not down just yet. Team Falcons, the first one to retreat into the compound. Rafas catches one on the way out. But Fluxo, they want to chip in a little bit. Reptile Rhythm out. Those blue ones are going to start coming down. Peter exposed to the open. The environment not treating these 2 teams kind, but one more refusing to let this go out just yet. Team Falcons pulling it back, hanging on onto the ledge, but doing just enough to keep themselves in the run. AGG, on the other hand, will be eliminated. And just a very saddening exit for All Glory Gamer, and Tristan Mines also gets knocked out in the process.
On the 9th place, right now we are seeing a lot of fight, and 19 Esports as well on the 8th place.
Wow, AG has 14 eliminations.
And leading the pack as well with that elimination.
Yeah, we talk about they are the first team to get the booyah for Group A, right? Because day one was all Group B, right? Day two was a good mix, but AG, they led the pack. Fluxo now against Team Solid. This one very important for both, but more important for Fluxo, who did have a very shaky start. You need to queue up with Inhaler, but that blue is going to start to hurt and take the portal straight into disaster as one more in 18 Deer. Both waiting, 18 Deer pulling it up again. Runs to fight the reload, 18 Deer completely shattering the hopes of Fluxo just like that. Just a deja vu of the highlight from yesterday. This man is incredible.
Incredible indeed. 18 Deer made Team Solid as well, with one of the players trying to avoid going in that portal goal, being taken out by the zone. And now we are left with 4 teams remaining. EVOS with 4 players, they are trying to hold that compound, being rushed or being pushed by Falcon with that bomb as well. 3 players being taken out. And now only left one. Peter is trying to get him back again, but 2 of the players coming from EVOS, and he will be taken out to the 4th place.
The golden hand of Team Falcon stepping it up when they looked for him, when they needed him the most. Koskyu, big nade, coming up big and strong, and AG are just another stepping stone in the eyes of the Falcons. The path of destruction continues as Falcons. They feed off the energy of the crowd, they feed off the plays from Koskyu, they feed off the momentum of what they built at the start of day number 3, and AG will not stand any chance unless Cypher can do the impossible. But in the eyes of Falcons, everyone is a prey, and Cypher will only wait as the inevitable happens. Team Falcons getting the booyah once more.
What a great gameplay! And for Falcon, congratulations to the team. And now,
I mean, I'm just absolutely floored by what is happening on the stage right now. Team Falcons, 2nd booyah of the day. Unbelievable performance. Koskyu, where has this guy been? Right, I remember first time I saw Koskyu, I was like, this guy is the golden hand. Best support player, best bomber of the team. And what a nade to set the tone for this victory. It feels like Koskyu rolls out the red carpet and be like, guys, let's just walk down the aisle towards victory. I mean, Team Falcons definitely one of the teams to watch out for. We said, BRU, they're not the bullies, they're not here anymore. Who is going to come out on top? Who is going to lead the pack? I think Team Falcons is that team.
Yes, I do agree with you. And of course, for Team Falcon, they did great for today. 2 games, they did great actually. And so with that, 2 booyah they have been getting.
Yeah, would there be more? I mean, the highest record we've seen in any tournament, you know, accounted for was 5 out of 6 booyahs in a single day. And that's accomplished by BRU, right? They almost got the perfect run, but they never really completed it. Can you imagine if Team Falcons do that on the world stage?
That would be
amazing. I mean, I was in the arena yesterday, right? Falcons fans, they were electric. It was let's go Falcon, and then it kept on going. Even when Falcons were not having the best of rounds, it was always the fans that lifted them up, and I just cannot wait to see more of them. The fact that we are going to be crushing some keys by the end of the day, I think Falcons, they are ready. Peter said that they were confident. I think after this round, they are going to be set heading into the knockout stage.
Yes, and with that, here are some replays on how 18 Deer. 3 of the players coming from Fluxo trying to push in, but immediately taking them out. It was a great gameplay indeed.
Yeah, that was what happened yesterday, right? 18 Deer with the clutch, and he does it again. He's like, oh, yesterday was not a fluke. I've done it once. I can pull out the 18 Deer for a 2nd time. So I think overall, what we're looking in this round is individual plays. Koskyu, you know, 18 Deer, a trap on Team Solid, everything is just perfect. But I want to listen to what Koskyu has to say. Let's toss it to the host on the stage to hear what they have to say.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where we're joined by Koskyu from Falcons, the 2nd booyah of today for the squad. Please, can you talk to me about that big fight you had at the end versus AG Global in Game 3?
2บูย่าแล้วนะครับมีอะไรจะพูดถึงไหมฮะที่ผ่านมาในเกมที่ผ่านมานี้ครับ
พวกผมทำเต็มที่มากครับ
We did our best.
I mean, your best was great to see in there. You've beaten AG Global. Now you've beaten Fluxo also earlier on in the day. Can anyone stop Falcons?
เราชนะทั้ง Fluxo ทั้งในส่วนของ AG เลยคิดว่าจะมีใครหยุดเราได้ปะ
รอดูกันในเกมด้วยครับ
We're watching the game.
Very good. There you go. Anything you'd like to say to the other teams before you get into your next match?
อยากจะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆไหมครับก่อนเกมต่อไปครับ
ฝากเชียร์พวกผมด้วยนะครับพวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Please see and we'll do our best.
There you go. They'll do their best, and their best so far has gotten them 2 big wins and booyahs on the stage. That's Team Falcons. Thank you very much, Kosku, for joining us. A quick recap now for our Arabic viewers. مشاهدينا بالعربي أكيد حكينا مع كوسكيو من فريق Falcons.
A man of few words.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a winner, so he can say as much or as little as he wants. But my panelists, though, they're really embracing the Thai teams today because that seems to be the story for today's game so far. Massive domination across the board. When there's no Buriram, Thailand still has a lot of other teams you kind of want to look out for.
I mean, I just want to say, just want to put it out there. Every time when I'm on panel, they score a booyah. Just say it.
Again, there's a birthday buff coming on here, so can't blame you.
I mean, size M, just saying.
Size M. Biggest advocate for Team Falcons. So, what has Team Falcons done differently today compared to their first play day? Was it really just the teams in Group B that really shut them down? Or is there something different that we're kind of seeing from Team Falcons? Because they're not soaring, they're going to the moon.
Right, I have 2 answers to that, frankly speaking. So if we look at the gameplay today, so my first answer will be they're playing really confident. Just look at how their gameplay is, even from their first booyah and the second booyah as well. They know when to enter fights, when to run at teams to collect those elimination points. So that's number 1. Number 2, well, I mean, a lot of respect for teams from Group B, right? They were the group of death, as we talked about in the earlier of this tournament. And without them playing, I mean, who else had the playground to play with? It is going to be Team Falcons.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's much easier for the other teams to really move up when Bermuda United, Loud, as well as other teams like RRQ even, like they are resting right now, just waiting for the result, waiting for who will be challenging them on the point rush stage, because so far only a few are popping up right now.
And the story continues as well. I said earlier today, teams are taking it really slow, and I have to say, Kalahari, we had 12 teams remaining during the 4th phase. We didn't see bodies hit the floor, sorry, teams hit the floor. We saw a lot of bodies hitting the floor, but teams didn't start being eliminated up until that 4th, 5th phase. Is it really just a case of everyone being so afraid? Because that seems to be the trend today.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent because we only have a few more games left, right? So at the back of their mind, probably some of these teams will be like, okay, we have nothing much to lose. Just for example, Team Falcons, right? For example, right? They already scored a booyah. They have a lot of points at this moment. So we're definitely going to see them in the next round. But for some of the other teams, perhaps at the back of their mind, they'll be thinking that, oh, we cannot go out early. We have to wait for other teams to go out. If not, we will lose points.
All right, we have our match rankings here for our 3rd game today. Team Falcons walking home with 26 points, but just 1 point behind. We have AG Global. Still taking home a fancy chunk of that prize pool. Evos, though, still waving the flag high here for Indonesia, right? They are doing rather well, but compared to their brothers, Onyx, Olympus, this is a team that we were very worried about, and it seems like they're still continuing on with this slump. There was a pretty interesting scenario here, folks, where we actually got some insider information for Onyx Olympus, right? You guys don't know this, but we do. Onyx Olympus did tell us in confidence that they kind of felt one of the main issues for them for their first play day was actually Loud. Because in a lot of their replays, their coach, their team, they ended up finding Loud constantly invading their games, but Loud isn't here anymore, and Onyx is still struggling. So what is really happening here for Onyx? Are they just running into the wrong teams? Are they getting hot dropped? Because something's happened and they have a very deep hole that they have to get out of if they want to make it to top 12.
One thing I could say is if we look back to the qualifiers like FFWS Southeast Asia, it took a while before they were able to get to qualify. And if in case Twisted Mind didn't qualify, they're already out of it. So they were in the borderline. They are slow to warm up, and they need to change. They need to turn those thing around so that they will be able to move faster. But it's a little bit too late though. Last day for all the groups.
Yeah, I mean, we only have like, what, a couple more games to go, so it's starting to get scary for Southeast.
Very, very scary, unfortunately. We do have our MVP for the round, though, so let's have a look and see who managed to secure it this time. It's none other than one more, with 3 eliminations to his name, 2,590 damage and 523. This man basically on the offense, okay? He's not worried about his own survivability. He's more concerned about taking away yours.
Well, that sounds super duper scary. Yeah, one more, definitely the MVP in this round. Just look at the amount of damage that he managed to dish out, even though it's only 3 eliminations, but the amount of work that he put into this game for his other teammates to really take away the points out of other teams, that was just crisp. But I also want to point out that there was one moment where Koskyu came out with 1 grenade to get 3 eliminations. Wow, that is actually the second time that we've seen something like this in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, those things really turn things around in terms of numbers, and that's what can move them up in terms of their standing. Though they might have secured already their place, no one can challenge them overall in most of this game. That has brought them in number 6 right now.
Yes, now for overall rankings, we have a team that has broken into that top 4. It's AG Global sitting very pretty there in 4th place. Very, very close to actually breaking it into top 3. Top 2, top 1, I think it is possible if this team continues to play this well. But Team Falcons, 6th place after a splendid play day for this team. So we are starting to see a rise of some of these other teams. But we have to shift our focus to the bottom of the bracket, folks. We are here to find out who is making it to top 12. And unfortunately for some of these teams, the gap is either closing or widening.
Yeah, frankly speaking, for me, I'm looking at Riyadh Esports and Hotshot Esports. Just look at this. Hotshot Esports is only 8 points above Gaming Gladiators.
So close.
So close. I mean, with the amount of games left, it is very possible for them to be pushed down. And we did talk about this as well. Based on the logic, based on the math, based on whatever stats that we have seen, they're definitely not comfortable. And there's a big possibility that they might go down.
You did mention this already. They're sweating. And I guess that is before Kalahari. Right now, they're sweating a lot. They might be sweating bullets right now.
I don't think they're bullets anymore. It's something much bigger than that. But
nades. They're sweating nades.
there's definitely sweating things. But thankfully for all of our viewers, we actually have some rewards to give away to you just for watching the broadcast. Yes, we have a live stream mission just for all of you. So just for watching the tournament, you will be rewarded with a whole bunch of goodies. So if you can watch the stream for 3 minutes, you'll be getting a random loadout. If you watch for 15 minutes, we're going to be giving you guys a gold voucher. If you continue for 30 minutes, we're going to be passing over a lucky voucher. And if you watch an hour-long stream, the Free Fire WS loot box, that is going to be all of yours. Thank you all so much for tuning into the broadcast. I hope you enjoy your goodies. And if you're not watching, then obviously you guys are not here. But game number 4. We're ready to go, folks. Let's hop to it. Passing it over to our casters right now. It's Tash, Bunny, and AJ. Take it away for our next matchup.
Stakes are incredibly high, and I am super excited to be here with AJ to cast our last 3 maps for this day. And it's really scary because especially for Group B, they're going to have to stare at the screen as the team's points go up and up and up.
They're looking nowhere, right, except the scoreboard. I know Hotshot is sweating right now. They are tethering at the very edge. There's nothing much that they can do. Riyadh Esports as well, a little bit nervous because if you look at the grand scheme of things, you look at day 1, you look at the team who was dead last, 19 Esports, even they are on a different level, right? right?
Yeah.
You're talking about them collecting 17 eliminations in that game, and
Yeah.
they only had 15 eliminations over the past 7 games played. That shows exactly how desperate some of these squads are out there today. And if you're in Group B, you didn't do enough, you can't do much now. All you can do is cry. But of course, someone has to cry at the end of the day.
I mean, it's a tournament. There is going to be someone that's going to be crying. There's going to be many someone's going to be crying. Let's be real here. Only 12 teams making it to top. And we do see 2 teams that are sweating bullets, as mentioned by our panel just now. But perhaps there might be a chance for them to continue, and let's see how it goes.
Flight path cutting straight down the middle of the map. Garrison all the way down to Stadium, which means the whole map is wide open. But I do expect to see a couple of hot drops, and the very first one in the house is actually going to be AGG. Taking on Alcazia. This does not look good for AGG, as they've already lost 1 player. Bardo goes down as well. Justin, a sliver of health left on him. Everybody's going to be looking at Sabas to hold the fort, but with the MP40, he's just got this SMG. Takes 1 knock, survives for the time being. King has not done his part just yet, and Sabas survives for the time being for the squad. 100 coins in his pocket. That pocket market still cannot buy his brother back.
Sabas is doing such a great job, been stealing a lot of attention. But over on this side, it's Alcazia, a team currently at the bottom of the rankings. We have seen a slow start for them, and we want to see more teams. You can see so many people in the arena just waiting, cheering for them. The question is whether or not they can reach up to the top today.
Alcazia has definitely been struggling thus far. 20 points picked up on day 2. They played yesterday, not the best of performance. They were the weakest team in performance for Group C. And unfortunately today, the struggle is real, right? Thus far, only picking up a total of 7 elimination points, which has given them all that they have to talk about on the overall leaderboard for day 3. If they want to make it through, they've got to really hustle. But I don't know if I'm a believer in miracles. But Alcazia, they have not given up just yet. Amino's down and out already. They're still focusing to take all 4 points away from AGG.
They go aggressive. Remind knocked already. Not a good situation to be in. Justin finds Remind, sends him out. It's all about them trying to survive, making it to the end. Alcazia looks like they're trying to change their mind, playing a little bit more passive, giving a little bit more space to themselves to react if any of the teammates of AGG decides to go aggressive.
Off screen, we do have Onyx Olympus taking on Twisted Minds as well, but we will catch up with that action in a little bit. AGG still trying to put a good end to Alcazia, but the boys are hanging on strong. That revival is desperately needed for the Arabian squad right here, right now. They've managed to pick up a few extra coins already, and Remind gets brought right back in.
Gaming Gladiators also just hanging around outside. 18 Deer, not only a 1v3 for a clutch just 2 days ago, or was it a day ago? I'm not sure because the games seem to be really melding into each other, and he did it again before.
Oh my!
What is going on there?
Yeah, Sabas, AK-47 straight to the head. The guy is down, man down, but no one can help him up just yet. And Justin says, tomorrow, brother, we'll revive you instead. King goes for the finisher. Justin with the XM8. He's got the Trogon in hand. Not many grenades to play with. He's going to be the distraction as the rest of his team members just bust away from here. They're not going to come back to save him. Justin's going to be the sacrificial lamb unless he can pull off an 18D here in a 1v4. King does come on out, peeping out with that AK-47. Justin with the Trogon. Double pump, and he does put the guy on the ground. Even though the Bison was in the hands of King, he just could not get that final shot in. Look at that, a sliver of health on Justin. That's the fight that the squad still has in them.
And it's terrifying for Alcazia. We saw actually a lot of a change in mindset for them as they played yesterday. And they haven't, and day number 1, but they haven't found their, I would say, rhythm or momentum quite yet. But this time around, they're trying to go a little bit more aggressive. And there's this indecisiveness when it comes to these first contact plays.
Out of the pen, straight into the fire. Onyx Olympus, one of the teams that are really heated out there on the battlefield, looking for those points. They want to qualify. They want to be in top 12. Unfortunately, they are unfortunate in terms of picking up the points for themselves. Still struggling in the overall grand scheme of things in the 17th spot. So it is a good opportunity for them to really ramp up. But only 3 more opportunities to go, Tash. And once again, I don't know if I'm a huge believer in miracles, but if 19 Esports could do what they have done, 2 games back-to-back, we saw them pick up some solid elimination points. If these teams can do the exact same, as well as swoop on into the final circle for the Booyah, that miracle might just be possible. Bayardo once again could not sustain his efforts, gets knocked down onto the ground, and this is an extended fight between AGG and Alcazia. Once again, it feels like deja vu all over. Same exact spots, right? That replay shows you exactly how the team went down.
It's always so interesting when you have these long, prolonged fights. Twisted Minds this time, a team that has some form of success today, but still a little bit more quiet. I think every single team is playing it a little bit more passive this time. They don't want to go too aggressive. They don't want to get completely eliminated in one go. We had a conversation in the pre-show about how every team is allowing one person to survive so that these desperate teams are able to farm off of each other, and that's exactly what we saw from 19 before. And as you mentioned before, if they can replicate what they did in the previous games, they will be able to go forward. But for Onyx, a team that's also trying to find the momentum, they're trying to find a way to get into this, finding the last person alive. Justin, 7. He's done miracles. He's managed to get 2 earlier, which has really hurt so many of these teammates. I think they smell him around.
I mean, they used the R1. They scanned him out already. It's just a matter of spotting the guy who's hiding away from all of them. It's a game of hide and seek. The Seekers are 4 players from the side of Onyx Olympus, but Justin, he's a champion in hide and seek. He's on the prone. He's not breathing. You cannot hear him in this compound at all. And that just pretty much flies over the heads of Onyx Olympus, but they haven't given up just yet. Once again, another R1 scan, but this time they scan out 5 players because here comes Gaming Gladiators for a little bit of games to play with Onyx Olympus.
And they have been hanging around the area for quite some time, waiting for the right opportune moment to just really poke their noses into these fights. Unfortunately, took a little bit too long, not able to third-party this, so they're trying to find a different situation to approach them. Because as we know, these teams for Onyx, when you are against a team that has nothing to lose, it's a different shift in mindsets. It's a little different aggression, and it's terrifying.
Gaming Gladiators, a team that is just 1 step away from reaching point rush. They are just a few points, very specifically 8 points behind Hotshot Esports, who are sweating right now, not because of the heat here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's because they are in the 12th spot and there is nothing they can do about the other squads overtaking them. And unfortunately, that's what is going to happen, as we truly know what Gaming Gladiators are capable of. Twisted Minds finding one. Diamond with the shots, and the SMG does not get the job done. Mag 7, and they drop each other at the same time. Exposy down on the ground as well. Fluxo butts in, can't do much in a situation like this. Twisted Minds toasting everyone. Saming not focusing on the fight, goes for the pickup and gets toasted, kicked out in 11th. Fluxo survives, all thanks to MT7.
This is so heartbreaking for Al-Qadsiya, a team that's trying their best to find as many points they can. Out already with only 2 maps to go. Zone is shrinking, but the aggression doesn't stop. Onyx is here. Finds himself toe-to-toe against Fluxo. Throwables thrown out, takes up some space. Trying to be really careful about how they approach this fight. They know how many people is here, but so separated from one another. Oh, so many glue walls set up here. Kiba takes a lot of damage. And now Kiba finds the other members of Fluxo, but not able to take up the space to go forward.
Yeah, Fluxo just says, hasta la vista, baby. They use the portal go. They move on in closer towards the circle, but they came across Team Solid, and they had to expend yet another portal go to get away from Team Solid. AGG, on the other hand, once again, Sabas down on the ground. Guy just cannot find a break in this match. Fluxo, on the other hand, already in this next circle. What they can do now is gatekeep the 2 teams that just tried to prey on them, but Bombs gets shot down by Waka from afar. What a headshot!
And it was a headshot. Team Solid, a team that's been destroying teams since Data and Mordic coming in. And now they're looking to just corner the other members of Fluxo down, and he does that! Down to the ground they go. But over on the other side of the map, you can see kill feeds. So many bodies hitting the floor. And Fluxo move into the compound once again. Still haven't found Justin, and he has not been seen. Does not move a single muscle quite yet. He might be able to get some pickoffs here if he's really careful.
Fluxo with this game alone should be able to sneak into the top 12. They only need 11 points. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, preying on their brothers from Indonesia. 18 Dia, the miracle child, the 1v3, no problem! But unfortunately this time, up against the M1014, he goes down. And the reigning Tigers this time, EWC Divine, up at the top with the most number of eliminations.
And this is a really interesting one. I think they finally did spot out Justin. Wait, no they didn't. I thought they did.
Flux. Justin's going to survive for a little bit longer. They can't be teasing him at this point.
Deal!
Says, peekaboo, baby, we found you. And I mean, truth be told, they did Justin a favor. The guy was almost crying because he couldn't do much. He couldn't even breathe. You know, he was almost about to suffocate himself.
Can't move.
Yeah, Jiu just said, okay, just go get revived somewhere else, bro.
Just get out of here.
We'll see you in a bit,
We'll
okay?
see you next match.
Yeah, just gather up with your squad once again, all right? We'll check in with you a little bit later. They've played around a little bit, but you know, you just got to be disappointed with the scouting capability of the players out of Onyx Olympus.
Yeah,
they did pass by.
Yeah.
They had that R1 scan, not one, but two.
Twice, yeah. I think they got thrown off because Gaming Gladiators were there as well.
They were like, wait, from 1 player, we went to 5 players. What in the world is going on? Okay, this is the math calculation that's not mathing, and we are out of here.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm actually surprised that Gaming Gladiators actually, or Onyx Olympus, did not take the fight there.
Yeah.
Given the fact that they were hanging around each other for so long. Both teams decided to move quietly away.
I mean, if you're Onyx Olympus, you do not want to risk these early fights. They know they are nowhere close to the top 12 spot. In fact, Onyx Olympus needs 34 solid points in order to sneak into the top 12. And if they want to guarantee that for themselves in this game in itself, it's obviously going to be impossible. But over 3 games, that is surely doable, right? All they need to make sure is they are in that final circle. They're getting the top 5 spots. They need those placement points. And of course, a few of those stray shots out there in the open, picking up a few elimination points, could perhaps guarantee them a spot in the top 12.
That's right. But Circle, once again, we find ourselves near an urban setting. Look at how many teams are near railroad here. Everyone in their own little real estate area, but it's almost like a Mexican standoff. No one's starting any fights quite yet. They want to make sure that if they're going to take these fights, they don't get third party, they don't get picked off one by one, and most importantly, do not get isolated. We saw what 18 can do.
You cannot say it's a Mexican standoff. We have Mexican teams in here. There were no Mexican teams there in that standoff. I call fall on that one.
Fair enough.
19 Esports. They've been quiet, but they are about to meet an opponent that will not stay silent the moment they are spotted. And unfortunately, On Fire has seen one, takes that shot, AWM in hand. Those guys are lucky it was not a headshot. Jota now backing away. The blue circle, the blue zone is going to put on the hurt, giving Falcons a little bit of extra advantage. But the portal goal puts them right beside Falcons. 19 Esports, they won this fight.
Oh, then they move out of the way. 19 Esports, I think when we look at Jota just now, he was like the biggest hero for the team, making big things happen. And now, in this situation where you are, in a situation where it's so hard to move, the zone just rushing toward you, not a lot of space to go, and against a team like Falcons, who have shown so much domination today, what are you supposed to do?
Good scan by Falcons. Now they know the boys are just right down below, but they cannot jump down. This is not Kalahari. You do not have those grappling hooks, but 19 Esports gives Falcon the advantage. They use yet another portal go, and they move on into a tiny little compound. Now it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel. A couple of grenades out of Falcons could put an end to them, but then again, Falcons cannot overstay their time on that bridge. We have seen that go sour for so many squads in the past. They have to move because, yes, you may have the bird's eye view from the top, but you're also the one most visible to all of the other teams down at the bottom.
Clearly, Ray on a killing spree, aggressive, and AGG out of the game already, 8th place. Zone shrinking once again. We find Falcons toe-to-toe. This time around, they meet on the ground floor, or rather on the ground itself. 19, they try to make it work. They're aggressive. They break down all of those blue walls.
Yeah, but not enough. 19 Esports has managed to really play the terrain to their advantage. They know exactly what they're expanding all of those portal goals for. They're not wasting the glue walls just yet. This team desperately wants to get into the top 12, and they're devising the perfect plan to get there, right? Stay alive long enough to get into circle number 5, and then we can dance around some of these teams. And they have now managed to maneuver away from all of the hot action, unlike EVOS Divine, who might just get into a little bit of a tussle with Team Solid shortly.
EG already up on the top spot. I think they're very, very happy with their positioning. And here we go. A terrible space to be in for Team Falcons here. Playing at the very, very edge of the zone. These two teams need to fight to get into the zone itself. On the top side here, Falcons, as you mentioned before, high ground advantage. They can see bird's eye view of everything. But...
Bird's eye view, Falcons. Get it?
I got it. That's why I said it, but I didn't want to make it too obvious.
But here's the thing, right? Once again, the Falcons are at the top, 19 Esports right down below. Falcons cannot jump down unless they've got a capability to disrupt the defensive power of 19 Esports. That 8-1-2-4 could be popped, but it's all about whether or not 19 Esports is running those Josephs on them. I haven't been able to take a peek just yet. So Falcons, they're gonna say, you know what, we're gonna chill for a moment. They've got another portal go, which is gonna be perfect to maneuver into this next circle.
But look at how much pressure EVOS is putting onto them. High ground onto them. They're out in the open. Can't do anything. Blue wall broken. Out of the way, and they cannot reposition at all. They go down toward the bottom side, and look is in front of them. It's 19!
Oh, this is payback time, baby, but the portal goal allows them to get away in the nick of time. 19 Esports now has to run away from the blue zone. Out in the open, they've got a couple of trains out here in the railroads to block some of those shots, and all of the action has been absorbed by AG versus Team Falcons. Onyx Olympus, though, they do manage to spot them out, but 19 Esports knows this terrain all too well, using the natural defenses out there to maneuver around, to avoid those shots, to avoid those engagements, to get into that final circle. This is survival at its best.
Really is. EVOS with the high ground, so much space to work with, so much information they can get. Trap gets one, and so does Aim God. It's just knocks, no confirmed kills quite yet. For Fluxo, it's about repositioning themselves inside of the compound. Finally, Gary, finally knocked out Dew, as well as Kiba. All these bodies hitting the floor one by one.
Oh, the bodies hitting the floor, the points being picked up. Onyx Olympus is out of the race, and now a Riptide Rhythm to take G'day out of the equation as well. He wants to say G'day, mate, to everybody else, but they say to him out there in the open, still struggling to survive. Aim God can't do much to back him up. He's a tad bit distracted with Stop. AG trying to put an end to EVOS Divide.
It's just so terrifying for 19. They have a tiny little area to work with, but it's not enough for any other team to really take them down. It's a very sharp slope from the top side. They can't reposition, go inside of the area itself. But look at how many teams are at the bottom side. This is scary because it's an all-out buffet of kills down at the bottom here.
They have avoided all of the engagements thus far, but this is the time to really get wild, to get down and dirty with all of those gunfights. But 19 Esports has found themselves yet another nook to hide away at the blue zone at their side. Nobody can take that back step up against 19 Esports. Once again, a brilliant placement, brilliant positioning. This is a team that really knows the map. They're letting everybody else do the dirty work, fight each other, and they want the booyah for themselves. They want those points. EVOS Divine up top. Aim God, Ray, bird's eye view. They can't manage to get those knocks just yet, but he does have a all-up Groza. Ray in his hands also has the Riptide Rhythm thanks to the Skylar, but he's just choosing to use it at the final moment. 19 Esports, on the other hand, being mowed down. Here comes Fluxo finally engaging with the players.
In this situation, Fluxo finally coming down. 19 goes down. They tried so hard to survive, not being able to quite yet. Bobs will be the one with the most eliminations here. They're waiting for the right time. EVOS on the top side just now. They put a lot of pressure, they put a lot of damage in, but they can't move away from that situation or the area. If they were to drop down, they're gonna get completely obliterated by anyone at the bottom side of the area.
I said Fluxo needed 11 points to break through to top 12, and they've already got their 11 just purely through the eliminations. Those placement points have not been taken into account just yet, so Fluxo can definitely smile, but they can smile a little bit wider because all of the engagements they've managed to avoid up until players from the side of Falcons drop by to say hello, dropping them one after the other. Ray now right outside. Aim God, EVOS Divine still alive. Hot Fire, the final player in a 1v1, but barricades himself with all of those blue walls. Pulls a 180. Aim God with the knock. F10-14 for the win, and he's still alive. Hot Fire not down just yet. The blue zone trying to do the dirty on both the teams, and it might just go down to a medkit gameplay. Aim God says no. I've got the shotgun, and he takes it straight to the opponent.
Bobs is down, Fluxo, one person at the very bottom. Everyone one person each, but who wins this is the question. EVOS with 2, 1 knocked already. Fluxo, who survives to the very end? Everyone just healing here.
Who's got, okay, Ray, he didn't have the Horizon line. He did not have what it takes to survive, and Fluxo, from not performing to getting that booyah for themselves, a brilliant play, and most definitely a guarantee into the top 12. 4-point rush tomorrow.
Are you surprised that that was the ending?
I'm surprised.
it was chaotic from so many different areas, so many different terrains, and fights were happening. But in the end of the day, because they can't reach each other, it's just all about the healing. It's just a very quiet ending. Very peaceful, no?
It's always an exciting day to cast when teams finally know they cannot muck around on the battlefield. They need to pick up those points. They need to get to the final circle. And when you've got so many of world-class squads getting into the final circle in a game of Free Fire, there is nothing short of chaos that you can expect.
And that's what we love to see.
Oh, yeah.
And I think throughout the entirety of these 3 days, so many iterations, so many different styles of play. A quiet day on day number 1, and then suddenly today, these desperate moves come through. A very all these aggressive stealth plays come out as well.
Yeah.
And I'm really wondering, how on earth are these teams able to adapt this fast? I mean, on a big stage like this, especially when you saw the faces from 19 earlier, very stoic, but a change in mindset is exactly what they needed.
The first booyah picked up by Fluxo on day 1 of performance. They only managed to pick up a total of 41 points. 23 of that 41 came through the eliminations, but you can see they've managed to grab that rhythm for themselves already. But more than that rhythm, it is all about what 19 Esports was showing us as well, right? Plot your pathway into that final circle so that you can pick up those very precious placement points. Way too important.
That's right, but for now, who better more to break this down other than our panelists? Take it away, Donnelly.
How long has it been since we have had a medkit gaming ending? Because in a game of Free Fire, we are so used to seeing bullets fly and bodies hit the floor, but in this case, everyone was just trying to wrap themselves up. They were trying to out-survive that blue zone. Gentlemen.
I mean...
I actually don't know what to say about it. I think this is such a crazy ending. I'm speechless.
Well, I mean, back in my day...
Back in my day, here we go again.
They say patience is virtue, and patience brings you booyahs.
Yeah.
And Fluxo scoring the first booyah. I mean, you gotta think about it. They were waiting at the ground floor. Like, they didn't participate in all those fights happening, like, on the rooftop, on the tower. They're just, like, waiting. And after looking at the feed, after looking at, after anticipating what, or how many teams, how many players that they might have, again, they counted their medkits and they're like, hey, you know what, we could probably heal this out, and indeed brought them the booyah.
Yeah, I mean, it helped out. I mean, I think Evo's played it smart in the sense of, hey, we know we can't out heal this, we can't get to him, we're very low, we're knocked down, all these things. So we're just gonna die to the blue zone. We're not gonna give Fluxo any sort of kills, we're not gonna continue to fight, we're just gonna take this one out.
I think ultimately, if you look at the positioning as well for them, it just, they had the better end of the circle, right? The closer you are to the center, you will have that advantage when you try and go for that healing end game. I will say as well for Fluxo, props to them. They actually had 4 players in that compound. Everyone else was fighting on the rooftop, right? They tried to send 2 players out to try and harass everyone, you know, try to whittle them down. And yeah, maybe they lost their players out there very soon, but I feel like Fluxo, when it comes to that late game, you can really tell that this team is thinking. They're trying to capitalize. They don't take the easy way out. They always really try to push the pedal to the metal to grab those eliminations wherever necessary. And, you know, sometimes you have to work outside the bubble to get those eliminations. So Fluxo fans, got to be super happy with this. After seeing this, however, how confident are you guys in Fluxo's performance? Because we know this is a team that can absolutely perform. Very talented roster. But are we starting to feel a little bit better about them? Do we still have mixed feelings? Like, how are we kind of feeling with Fluxo here?
I'm feeling good. Sorry. I think that for Fluxo at this point, getting that booyah, I think would almost guarantee them at least into that top 12, right? I'm getting ahead of myself. There's still 2 more matches where things could go bad and the other bottom teams could potentially surpass them. But I think that they've already jumped Hotshot Esports. I think Red Esports as well. So I think that they're in a good position already.
Sorry to cut in here. I did some math with Neptune. And apparently Fluxo only needed 11 points.
Oh.
So they have actually already breached top 12. And because of this, Hotshots, unfortunately, will not be making it to that top 12. So as we can see with the points here, Fluxo got to be super happy with this one. Super, super happy. Breach top 12. They're in 11th place from what Neptune is showing me off stage. So incredible performance of Fluxo. Evo's taking home 22 points for themselves. Falcons also bringing home a very healthy 16 points to their point pool. And Team Solid with the 11 points as well.
The craziest thing to me is that 8 of these teams scored less than 10 points. Like, the Rish just took everything. They were very greedy. Fluxo and, of course, Evo's Divine taking most of the lion's share of that. But both of those teams scoring quite high.
Yeah, and if you look at it, we got to congratulate our MVP for this round, which is Bumps from Fluxo, coming in with 5 eliminations by himself. Now, if you look at the damage, it is not as many as what we've seen in the other MVPs that we've seen today. But at the end of the day, it's all about the 5 eliminations, and that is where it all matters.
Yeah, looks like we have an interview on the stage, so let's see what our winners have to say.
Hey everyone, it's Yozo.
Welcome to my interview show. Right next to me is Fluxo Bombs. Congratulations on your first booyah. Can you say hello to the audience, please?
Parabéns pela sua buia. Pode dizer oi para a audiência, por favor? Pode dizer oi para a audiência, por favor?
E aí, rapaziada, tranquilo? Como vocês estão? Segue o fluxo, hein, Vapo?
Hey, how are you? Follow Flux.
Very warming welcome. Then moving on to the first questions, Bobs. What was happening during our first day? Because many people are watching for you guys, but you guys seems to be like doesn't have a great start, right? Can you talk about it?
O que aconteceu no início? Parece que não começou muito bem. Você pode falar um pouquinho sobre isso?
Nós, infelizmente, dificultamos nossa caminhada, começamos jogando bem mal, mas voltamos e, se Deus quiser, estaremos nessa final e vamos dar o máximo para ser campeões.
Unfortunately, we started our journey not very well, and we came back, and we're here.
Sounds amazing. Then, are you confident that you can manage it to the final stage and also achieve this trophy?
Ótimo. Você está confiante que vocês vão chegar até o final e conseguir esse troféu?
Sim, confiança tem que ter sempre, né? Nosso time é muito confiante, está todo mundo preparado e é isso que nós viemos fazer aqui e é para isso que nós treinamos.
Yes, we always have to be confident. That's why we're here. That's why we trained for.
Yes, and I also trust in Fluxo as well. Then, Bobs, how are you feel right now, currently in the STC Arena in Riyadh? Is it beautiful and do you feel nervous or anything?
Como você se sente agora? Como você se sente aqui na Arena STC, em Riyadh? Você está se sentindo bem? É lindo? Como é Riyadh?
Mano, tá tudo muito bom. Tipo, o palco é incrível, aqui é maravilhoso, então tá todo mundo animado, empolgado e tá tudo muito bom.
Everything is very good. The stage is amazing. Everything is great in here.
Fantastic. Then I wish you all the best and good luck in your next match as well. Booyah! Let's get back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Yoon-Sol. That was Bobs from Fluxo. Super happy with their victory. And I mean, look, they're ready for that next game. They want to keep this momentum going. I don't blame them. You want to have a strong finish, especially with how things started for this team as well. But can they continue with that momentum, right? That is the question, because we are getting very close to ending things here for day 3 at the Free Fire Esports World Cup. 2 more games to go. And that first map is Next Terra. Not everyone is a big fan of Next Terra. And in the case of Fluxo, are you kind of happy going into this map?
Well, I would say right now is in the case of Riyadh. Are they going to survive the drop now? Now they need to worry about Gaming Gladiators or maybe even All Glory Gaming catching up to them.
We got 2 games for these teams in the bottom of the bracket to make that catch-up happen. All it takes is a booyah. All it takes is a booyah. All it takes is a bloodbath. But can these teams make that happen in these last 2 games, right?
13 points from Gaming Gladiators to get in. I mean, there's just so much potential to just trying to jump Riyadh Esports. Riyadh Esports have to be on their, they have to be so nervous with the next 2 games. There's so much potential for any of these teams to potentially jump them.
I wouldn't blame them if they're standing in the audience right now, sitting down, holding hands, praying that they're actually not going to lose this spot because they are so close. This is the thing that really is just, it's so sad when you've played all your games because you've left everything in the hands of everyone else. But we do have a guest on stage. It's none other than the wonderful Mr. Waggers. Hello, Mr. Waggers. Welcome, welcome. So I have a question for you, Mr. Waggers, because we had a couple guests on the stage so far. Who do you predict is going to take this next game?
Oh, if you ask me, I will be looking at Twisted Minds to be able to get this next game.
Twisted Mind? Okay, agree, disagree, panel?
Disagree.
Disagree?
But I have a tendency to disagree with penguins. That's just my nature.
That
hurts
a lot.
Cloud?
I mean, as much as I love penguins, right? But back in my day, you know, we don't do penguins. So,
I don't know, I think
sorry,
Mr. Waggers
penguin.
isn't doing you either.
You know, gotta put that aside.
So, Mr. Waggers, give us a justification. Why Twisted Minds? Like, why is this the team to look out for?
Well, looking at the numbers, as Neptune showed me right here on the other side, he have shown me some with numbers in terms of elimination as well as placement that they can bring themselves up. But we are also looking at Fluxo, who did so well, so it might be either way.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Waggers. We're going to let you go with your prediction, and we'll see if you're right, because my panelists, they're not agreeing so far, right? They're not agreeing. But before we jump into that next game, I just want to remind you all, we have live stream rewards. So if you didn't know already, the longer you watch the stream, you will be able to pick up some amazing goodies. We have milestones at 3 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and an hour. So all we have to do, sit down, relax, enjoy the show, enjoy the games of Free Fire, and you will be able to claim your goodies. You can tune into any of these broadcasts here. Just watch the broadcast up to an hour and you'll be able to claim your rewards.
Easy peasy. This is the easiest way to get rewards, right? It's just a matter of watching. You're watching anyway, so you might as well watch. Make sure that you do give, follow on TikTok as well, and to kind of just get into this, it's the easiest way to get any sort of rewards.
Yep. We are going to go for a quick commercial break, gentlemen. So to all of our wonderful viewers out there, if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you are back because game number 5 is going to be an amazing one. But make sure you're prepped because I think you guys are going to need all the prep in that world. We'll see you guys after this break.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. We are currently with one of the hottest players on the final day of group stages, On Fire from Falcons. How are you feeling today? Because you are just absolutely destroying.
รู้สึกไงบ้างครับวันนี้เราฟอร์มร้อนแรงมากเลยครับ
รู้สึกดีครับทีมเล่นได้ดีมาก
Feeling good, the team playing great, we feel great.
Do you guys think you're going to be able to get more wins with the way you guys are currently playing? You already have 2 today.
วันนี้ได้ไป2บูย่าแล้วคิดว่าจะมีเพิ่มอีกไหมครับจากที่เรากำลังเล่นตอนนี้กำลังร้อนแรงเลย
มีแน่นอนครับ
I'm sure there will be more.
Oh, I like that. Is there anything you want to say to any of the teams out there right now? Because as I've been saying, your performance today is just insane.
อย่างที่บอกตอนนี้ฟอร์มเราฮอตมากเลยอยากฝากบอกอะไรถึงทีมอื่นไหมในตอนนี้ครับ
ก็รอบชิงระวังพวกผมไว้นะครับ
โอเค Beware of us on a grand final.
There's nothing else to be said. Thank you so much, On Fire. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Awesome to hear from On Fire before we get ready for our 5th game of the day. But we do know the players, they do need a little bit of time, to prep because it's the last 2 games, okay? We're not only looking at the teams at the top of the bracket, but we are also looking at our teams towards the bottom of the bracket. And unfortunately, at this point in time, Hot Shots knocked out of top 12. Unfortunately, not going to be making it to that grand final. But now, Reta, their spot in top 12 is under threat. They are borderline this close. This close. It is so, so close for this team to drop down. And the next map for these teams is going to be next Terra. And I know a lot of teams, in particular towards the top of the bracket, they love next Terra. So if you're down there and you know that you need to scrape together a few more points, and you know this is next Terra, what are we sort of expecting here for our teams towards the bottom of the bracket? How would you try and scrape together these points in this round?
I mean, to me, play long range.
But tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why. But we're not going to answer the question. We're not gonna
okay, sorry, we got carried away.
Long range and I thought you were going to continue on with it in song, but that's okay.
Miss Combs, it's okay.
Yeah, but just to elaborate further on the point, right? It is to play a little bit safer, take those long-range snipes perhaps, because all you need is just a few more points. You don't need to be overly aggressive, overly commit yourself, and you might make mistakes. So might as well stay from afar, snipe people down, and start counting the points.
But it's one of those things where I think that the teams, if you're on the bottom, you need to be aggressive. You need to go out there, because let's just say you only see one party the entire game, right? You're not going to get enough kills. Right now, you need to put the gas, pedal to the metal kind of thing. Just take out as many people as possible and just kind of control Destiny as much as you can.
Sounds like a hot drop. Time to hot drop.
Let's go.
I actually think that has to be the formula for some of these teams. You have to hot drop a team that you feel confident that you can beat in that early skirmish, because when it comes to hot drops, I know some people, they will say it comes to RNG when it comes to weapons, but if you know you can aim, that's probably the best case scenario rather than playing against a highly equipped team.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, depends on how far you are from the bottom, right? If you're kind of far, then probably, yeah.
All right, so it looks like we are ready to head back to the stage and get ready for game number 5. Let's see what our hosts have to say before we jump into match number 5.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC Free Fire. It's been incredible today, but we set this up. It's taken us 3 days to get here, and there's only 2 more games left until 6 teams, well, we say goodbye to them. They get to go home because only 12 will make it to the final starting tomorrow.
Yes, talking about the previous game, it was an insane game. As the shrinking zone is getting up, every team is trying their best to not letting their dreams falling down, go back home, getting to see the key crushed, right? And I'm so happy to see all the teams getting great results, especially for Fluxo and also for Team Falcons and AG Global. They're getting really good points on the ranking right now.
Absolutely. If you are in that number 12 spot, you're counting your lucky stars, because every single point, either position at the end of the game or every single kill, is gonna matter. We'll drive it home one more time. 2 more games left. You have to play your best. If you're out, you do not continue to the finals here at EWC Free Fire. But Yunsul, I think it's time for us to get into game. All right, match number 5 begins. Everything on the line. On to our casters.
Hey, thank you, baby. Let's kick the final 2 games off. This is gonna be next Terra, and fun fact, none of the 12 teams that are gonna be playing have had a booyah on this map, which means anything can happen. Obviously, you do have some teams who are a little bit more proficient at playing next Terra. You're talking about Team Falcons, but you're also talking about how their headquarters is just, a stone's throw away from us, and they've got an arena packed with fans, so that home ground fan advantage should bump them up to go for a solid booyah after this.
The ground was shaking if you think about it when you're in the arena. It's so loud, it's so lively. Home, as Sir Cloud said, home turf buff is definitely a thing, and I'm excited to see how they're doing today. In fact, 2 booyahs today, highest amount of eliminations we've seen in one day for them. A change in mindset, perhaps pressure is the key for their success.
Granted, they've only played 2 days.
Oh yeah.
But I totally get where you're coming from. They played yesterday, they picked up a total of 55 points. Today, thus far, 4 games in, they already have 85. 2 more games to go. They are already outclassing their former self, and that's exactly what you need to do. Better each and every single day. And if you're going to be like Team Falcons, ramping it up day by day, you know Point Rush and the Grand Finals is going to be that sweet spot where they hit it right on time. But let's take a look at the flight path here, cutting down from Intellect Center all the way down the middle of the map, opening up all the compound available for the squads. But as usual, our eyes are on those hot drops. It's going to be Fluxo going up against Gaming Gladiators at the Intellect Center.
This is a really scary situation. Gaming Gladiators are a team that is so bombastic, aggressive, and had some insane highlight moments. But Fluxo today is showing a different style of aggression and different style of play, and Cypher already knocked out.
Oh, and AGG as well, taking a hot drop up against Alcatsia at Museum. They're aiming to eliminate the squad very early, drop the hopes for the region, and pick up those 4 points, because we all know AGG could do with a few extra points. They are 16 points away from that 12th spot. But hopping back on to the main agenda, our first hot drop between Gaming Gladiators as well as Fluxo. No clear shots, and as I say that, a drop on Liam. The rest of his team members just a tad bit too far. Do we see anybody take advantage of the drop on Liam? 18 Deer is not there to save the day just yet, but Liam back up on his feet. A timely move for Gaming Gladiators, and none of the players from the side of Fluxo wanting to get aggressive so early game.
That's right, we saw Falcons come through from Twin Bridge all the way up here, and Fluxo immediately moves out of the way. It's going to be Gaming Gladiators that go toe-to-toe against them. In this situation, nothing happening quite yet. It's all about trying to find the right opportune moment to start these fights. Now, looking at the map once again, we see another fight happening toward Museum, as you mentioned before.
Oh, my mama.
And I'm really excited to see how this turns out.
Absolutely. Once our observers fly on over to the 3-way battle, we will be able to break that down a tad bit more. In the meantime, Team Falcons really setting up their ambush on Gaming Gladiators over at the Intellect Center. We take the Skycam, we move around, the drone transitions us into the 3-way fight. Alcatsia thus far leading the fray. 19 Esports wants a piece of them as well. King getting tagged up. Joda has the M1087 in hand, but he gets taken down. Maxi7 with the drop onto King as well. 19 Esports losing just as much as Alcatsia. A quick execution from Maxi. His AUG in hand goes in for a quick purchase, but they do not have enough money to bring Quizzo back in.
They really can. They have to find a way to really survive this for as long as they can. Perhaps come back later. Staying very quiet here, Maxi. It's all about finding the right opportune moment, checking down. Amino is here, Chrono is out, but over on this side, Falcon's going insane. Finally, the fight is happening. Falcon's going aggressive and just coming to our Fluxo. It's so crazy in that situation. Fluxo can't do anything. They go down one by one like dominoes being knocked over.
Oh,
and
baby!
Falcons take this.
This is Team Falcons, baby! They fly, they soar, they absolutely annihilate your reigning, defending world champions, all surviving through MT7. One more. But we hop on over to another fight.
That's right, Gaming Gladiators is here. I was hoping the fight would be against Gaming Gladiators and the other team. Goes out, not the best situation for them, but enough about that. Gaming Gladiators leave, knocked down already at 18 here from this side. Our clutch master for the team is trying to make things happen, playing this corner, but can't do more than that. Everyone has learned not to play a one-on-one against this guy. A triple swing as they find the other few members of Gaming Gladiators.
18 here, most definitely capable of taking on 3 players at a time, but it has to be that Bollywood movie style. He wants to engage one at a time. They know better. They swung around 3 at a time. They put him down, and now they're looking for Raz. With the Bison in hand, he can't do much. He swings around. He finds 3 players. Sabing puts him on the ground. But Gaming Gladiators, their time is not up just yet. They've got one more survivor. But 19 Esports gets outed in the 11th spot.
Very unfortunate for 19. We were talking about how we wanted to see more from them. Game they had in game number 2. Not happening quite yet. But EVOS is here. Twisted Minds at the bottom side over on Farmtopia. This high ground Ray puts in a little bit of chip damage. Not enough to go for the knock. And Twisted in the kill lead goes down here. One by one, they're getting knocked out. One knocked to the lobby already. Quickly revived and dive on the top right. Completely punished. Knocked already. Sming is close.
Yep, but just knocked down. Pick right back up. Esports Divine wanting to recover. Riptide Rhythm says hello, but they all jump away. Trick the drop ball on the Ray. Ray breaks his ankle. Diamond follows up. Aim got down on the ground as well. What a recovery from Twisted Minds. Now Esports Divine down by 2-man. Apex and G'day needs to save the day. Nameless can't react just yet. Has got the Woodpecker in hand. Cannot aim just yet as Parafal in the hands of Apex. Just keeping him suppressed. Saming takes a shot, but the terrain played to his advantage using that roof. Takes the portal go, says goodbye. We'll continue this later. And on the other hand, Onyx Olympus, the team that's trying to scrape their way into the top 12, is getting tortured by Team Solid.
Team Solid has been all over the map, trying to find their way to get as many elimination points as they can. Onyx trying to stay in the game here. Every single one of their fights have been pretty rough for them. Kiba running for his life, runs into 2 members, in fact, can't do anything. The portal, not enough to save his life. Unlucky situation for him as Team Solid move to another side, and they take this one.
Yeah, Team Solid says thank you so much for the portal go, but we'll think about if or not we want to use it. We got to assess the situation first. Maybe pull out an R1 or 2. On the right-hand side, we do see Onyx Olympus has managed to bring their players right back into the fray. So it's going to be yet another team fight for them. Saming down. Apex, this is still a prolonged fight between Esports Divine and Twisted Minds. But it's not all over just yet. Diamond now found by Aim God. A double nade tossed onto him. Nameless tries to go in for the shutdown, but Diamond gets clipped. What a shot from G'day. Had the grenade launcher and put it to great use.
EVOS in this situation, they haven't moved at all from this high ground, and this given them so much intel, so much value. Every time one knock goes down, the revive happens, and they're happy to take away these points. It's free for them to farm, and they take up the space, rushes forward. Twisted Minds moves out of the way, but all eyes are on them. We have one member of Twisted Minds playing a long-range situation, and this is a good thing. If say they need to run away, if say they need to give some long-range support, they are able to do that. Diamond goes down. Good day. We'll be saying good day, mate. Not for long, though.
Smart play coming through from Esports Divine. They use that R1. They scan the area just to check if or not Twisted Minds is still within the vicinity. They get to scan out 4 players, so therefore they hunker down. They stay in position. A couple of players trying to rotate over to the top floor. Nameless found. Rotated, tries to respond, but gets denied by Ray. What a good follow-up. And they circle around, pinching the players of Twisted Minds. But the strategy out of Esports Divine is a tad bit more twisted.
What else is twisted is the fact that this fight is happening from us. Falcons going very aggressive onto Onyx. Zyru lobbied already. A triple kill for Peter. In fact, he's going aggressive. 1 by 1, knocking down the members of Onyx. Finds their way inside. Both of them have been revived. Jack does find Peter in the end. Good for them. Cosq gets knocked down by a nade. Rough situation for Deviant. One more is here. Can't do one more. Needs to be picked up. But Cosq is here for the rescue. The Q in his name does stand for that. 2, in fact, for him.
I'm not in the STC arena, but I can hear it in my head. Let's go, Falcons! Let's go, Falcons! Yeah, I hear it, baby, I hear it. And the boys are on fire. But speaking of on fire, Esports Divine leading the lobby with the most number of eliminations. You can thank Twisted Minds for that. The boys have managed to get away for the time being. They'll have to catch up and see exactly how they do. Cosq brings Peter right back in here, so Team Falcons gonna continue flying high in this matchup. They are most definitely aiming not just for a booyah, the first booyah at next Terra, as well as overtaking AG and RRQ. They want the 3rd spot by the end of this game.
You know, we talked about points just now with the top 3 not playing today, not moving quite yet, but this might change sometime soon. You see Justin and his teammates over on one end. Everyone very quiet. It's all about just cutting out that noise and trying to find that movement, that situation, that area. Unless the circle shrinks. There is happening right now. Those fights happening on one end. The sprays come through. We can see the chrono also enabled. They move around. So many of these blue walls. General tries to go for that reset, but they're not allowing him to. Knocks him down, and Nyx will be happy to do that. Takes him out of the game. Double kill.
How many solid players does it take to take one general out of the match? Don't answer that question. We'll talk about it later. Team Solid, 4th elimination. A solid one, General, unfortunate, but of course he's not the final player from the squad. They can bring him right back into the equation. We'll have to catch up with the team in a little bit. Proc 7 though, not the best of areas for him to be rotating into, because if he continues with that trajectory, he's going to get straight into the hands of Fluxo, but he runs towards the vending machine instead. Falcons continuing all of their fray out there, but as we take a look at the replay, this is how they crush the hopes of Onyx Olympus, a team that is struggling to find the top 12.
Loving how the position of Falcons had given them so much value. They're very aggressive when it comes to those crunches coming from our top side, putting in a lot of damage. We see fights happening toward the eastern side of the circle. Team Solid still going on the aggressive. On the northern side, Jack is still alive from Onyx, surviving as long as he can. Regardless, for this fight here, Team Solid finds himself toe-to-toe against Fluxo. Bob's just now one of the most aggressive players here. Finds Nameless, knocks down a member of Twisted Minds. But it's not Twisted Minds in front of them, it's gonna be Fluxo. They go aggressive. Nyx here, finds one earlier. Weaving in and out of so many obstacles, nearly knocks one out. Not enough, but Team Solid one by one is just so immaculate by Fluxo. They played it so well.
Yeah,
Team
from
Solid
the
one minute
predators
left.
to the prey, Guaca says, oh no, holy moly, I am out of here. He survives for the time being. Fluxo cannot go in for the pursuit because here comes Team Falcons. Once again, soaring up in the skies. They fly high, they want more points, and they want to take it off two squads at the same time. Onyx Olympus once again the victim. Fluxo says, nope, we're not doing this dance with you. Not now, not here. They back away. Falcons tanking the blue zone. They know what they want to do. They want to rotate in the long way around so they can avoid more engagements. This team is looking for that final battle. Portal go laid out, and they're going to get into the next circle.
And Tattoo alone, toe-to-toe against Gaming Gladiators. His teammates are around. They can't crunch from the other side. Picks up Raz. It's all about that reposition, finding their way to pick them off one by one. But Gaming Gladiators choosing a more passive approach, hoping that Team Solid comes over the inside, allowing them to just really go for these crossfires, the CQCs. Fluxo is out. Not quite sure how it happened there.
Fluxo cannot rest on their laurels just yet. Yes, they did break into the top 12, but you still have teams like Gaming Gladiators, All Glory Gaming aiming for the top 12, and if both of these teams do really well, get into that final circle, maybe even walk away with that booyah, then you're going to be in trouble, Fluxo. So now they're going to be breaking a sweat. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, they've gone on a revival spree. Unfortunately, not having the best of days, not having the best of games out there. But what matters is they are still alive. I mean, if we went to Sir Cloud, he'll probably say, like, you know, his town or his...
his village.
His village has a saying about that. It's not how you start, it's how you end. But we are almost reaching the end.
Yeah, Falcons, they've moved all around the map looking for as many eliminations as possible, and they are very dominant doing that. They're not done quite yet. You can see that Saifa does find one, and on another team, but Falcons waiting for the right opportune moment. They know Team Solid is close by. Tattoo, we've seen moments where Team Solid tried to break some dreams. They do just that. They take a lot of damage. One knockdown already. Falcons keeping very quiet here. X-Trap 7 knockdown, lobbied already. They're not going to have to just quickly eliminate the entire team, or unless they want to risk the team coming back.
This is just a statement of dominance coming through from Team Falcons. If you underestimated us based on the performance from day 2, see what we can do. Falcons aiming to be that #1 team by the end of the day, not in terms of the overall leaderboard, but in terms of the overall points picked up, and they're not too far away.
Look at this angle played by 18 here. The corner cleared out already, and Eva's forced to reposition. Has to move out of the way. We saw an ice grenade launched as well, just to really move them out of the window area. And now it's just about trying to see as many picks as they can. On one end here, look at how many teams. And again, we're seeing ourselves the second or third urban ending.
Netshoes Minus taken out in the 8th spot. Sabaz on a roll. Triple for him, and it's not gonna be the last. We know we can expect more from the squad. Dew misses a crucial shot. He would have been a tad bit happy to force Falcons to waste an extra medkit. But at the same time, it is good that that shot did not connect. Falcons are not going to get aggressive up against AG just yet. They're going to hunker down. They're going to bide their time. Evos Divine, on the other hand, in a great position, but AVAX getting knocked down by a grenade. Not the best of situations. Twisted Minds knocked out in the 7th spot. But in the meantime, Falcons continuing to pick up more.
And EVOS does get limited as well. Gaming Gladiators doing very well. Just really pump the brakes and just say, we don't have to force these fights. These fights can come to us. And that's exactly what they've been doing. They've been staying inside this tent for so long. Inside this compound for so long. Moving around with that portal go. And just really just jump peeking through, making sure no one is there. Team Solid now out as well. Leem is going to be finding it. Gaming Gladiators bringing a whole different fight to the table in this match.
This is a big fight for both AGG as well as
AGG, both the teams that are struggling to get into the top 12, and they are not too far away from each other. One team needs 16, the other team needs 14. Both need the booyah, but they need to take out both AG as well as Team Falcons in order to be able to do that. Falcons looking for the most number of points picked up within a day to prove that they are one of the biggest threats out there, to be able to walk away with the EWC, to be able to get those club championship points as well. But one more on the ground. The pickup is not going to be tough. On fire, trying to give that suppressive fire.
Oh my
But he gets dropped by 8 India, the miracle child. A double shot out of the AWM takes out the key player out of Falcons.
Gaming Gladiators understanding where to hit gas, and this is the time. Falcons may have been the team who walked the entirety of the map, picking up kills all over the place, but it's going to be Gaming Gladiators that's being able to overcome them in the end, putting so much pressure to this team alongside the other members of the other team on the other side. Regardless for this situation, AGG haven't moved a muscle quite yet, still waiting for the right opportune moment. A wait-and-see situation might be the best thing for Gaming Gladiators, but they're saying we want in on these fights as well in terms of the elimination points.
The desperation to sneak into the top 12. Falcons and AG, the ones that stand in their way. And AGG, they're going for the contenders of the 12th spot. This is not by force, this is just by chance. And the winner of this particular engagement might just see themselves through to Point Rush tomorrow. But a good disengagement coming through from Gaming Gladiators. They say, hasta la vista, baby. They drop those glue walls, they back away, and they survive a tad bit longer. Dew being clipped by the blue zone, drops on right in front of Falcons. Falcons swings around Dew, one shot still alive. Bardo gets knocked out, but one more goes down as well. A great shot from 8 India, the Miracle Chai. Gaming Gladiators going for the booyah. They drop one, they drop two, but they lose Ras. 8 India still trying to do the impossible. AG's out, AGG's still alive, but look at Coscu, and he does not have the horizon line. Gaming Gladiators with the biggest booyah of their run thus far.
How do they keep doing this over and over again? The crutches, the last-minute survivals. Gaming Gladiators are beating the odds over and over again, despite them having a very, very quiet start.
The second booyah for the squad. They needed 14 points. They say Mustachio will do a little bit better than that. They took those solid eliminations. They took the 12 points from placements as well. They make themselves proud. It's more than enough to breach the top 12. But now this fight is going to be taken by a couple of other teams. Fluxo's going to be struggling. Fluxo wants to make sure they're not replaced by AGG, who also made it into that final circle, who are not going to be giving up any time now. They've got one more game. Fluxo is not safe just yet.
Honestly, in this situation, when you are a team in Group B, we've mentioned Hotshot already out. Now Retta might be on the next chopping block. It's just too close if you think about it.
I'm sorry, Retta's out.
It's already out?
Retta's
Wait, my math is just not mathing right now, but yeah, you're right. Retta is already out.
Retta, I mean, if you're Malaysian, you'll understand this. Retta just got ratad.
Oh yeah, Rata.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. But
Rata means slapped here, if you mean.
stand-up performance from Gaming Gladiators. When push came to shove, they said only one can stand at the top of this hill, called the top 12, and they kicked Retta off of the edge of the cliff to take their spot. But they are not safe just yet. They have to hold on to their horses. They have to make sure they give it their all in the random map. We do not know who Lady Luck smiles at. We do not know who gets the advantage, because we do have teams who perform a tad bit better on some of the maps in comparison to the others.
I'm very excited for this one, because in this situation, every single team wants to maximize this map in terms of eliminations, in terms of placements. Everyone's trying to survive for as long as they can. Now, looking at the highlights here, what do you think was your stand-up play that we watched today?
The whole game was a stand-up play. I mean, the survival, the patience from Gaming Gladiators, because, you know, finding the final circle was a torturous process from them, right? Because they continuously disengaged, they ran away, they bided their time, but they also had to make sure they pick up just enough points and not get kicked out. But of course, more of the breakdown from our panelists. Let's throw it back to Danny and the gang.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SDC Arena. Milos, and joining me is Lim from Gaming Gladiators. A big victory for the squad. Now, I'm hearing, Lim, that you are currently in 12th place. You are right on the edge. What can we see from you for the next game?
Katanya kalian kan lagi ada di peringkat ke-12 nih, di ujung. Nah, kita tuh bisa lihat apa performa dari kalian nanti.
Ya, insya Allah kita bakal beri performa terbaik kita di match terakhir nanti.
I hope to God that we will bring our best performance that we can give for the last match.
Very good. And at the end there, it looked like even though there was a lot of chaos, you still had control of the end game. Can you talk to me about the last fight?
Ya, tadi kan di match terakhir tuh itu berantakan kacau banget ya. Nah, tapi kalian kayaknya bisa dengan sangat rapi dan tenang ngeksekusi di last game itu. Bisa lu jelasin nggak kira-kira gimana?
Ya, karena kita ya udah evaluasi dari kemarin ya. Kita pelajari terus, ya bisa dapat boy akhirnya.
Yeah, because we have been learning a lot from what happened from these days. We do a lot of evaluation within our team. That's why we can reach the Booyah just now.
Very good. It's the perfect timing for the Booyah. Again, Lim, thank you very much. That's Gaming Gladiators, currently 12th here. And remember, 12th is the cut-off spot. Anybody beyond that point, well, they are out of the tournament and they will not be able to make it to the next 2 days that are the finals of our tournament. But a quick recap then for our Arabic viewers.
Sometimes you need to be backed into a corner to really find yourself in that tournament. And for Gaming Gladiators, they knew they were so close to making top 12 and they finally made it. But can they stay there, gentlemen? Because the journey isn't over. We still have one more game to go and it's the random map. But Gaming Gladiators, that ending, insane. So many bodies hit the floor and of all the people to go down last, it was 18 deer again. I don't know how this man does it.
Well, that's 3 times already. Clutch it in a gameplay, multiple enemies, twice. This time multiple enemies, but with that survivability. I would say this is Free Fire's king, a clutch king right here. 18 deer.
Yeah, and that's perfect, right? I mean, just being able to kind of clutch that one out, give yourself a chance, right? You're on the edge right now. You need one final game, and 18 deer is putting you in that situation. He's literally carrying the team on his back right now, putting them in a prime position to at least qualify for the next stage.
But they're going to have to borrow his back again for this one more game because, again, they aren't safe. I think at this point of time, gentlemen, I think it is safe to say that we have 13 teams that can end up being our top 12. Maybe we have another dark horse coming in for this last game, but there is a lot of contention for that 12th spot. We are not locked in to top 12 as of yet. So for this final game in particular, okay, what map do you actually want to play for your final map? Now, this is not just team specific, but in general, what kind of maps are you really looking for here, just so you can get the most amount of points possible?
Well, let's go back to the OG map. There's where a lot of hesitation, a lot of elimination has been done. So why not bring it to Bermuda?
Okay, I'm gonna go a different route. I want to go back to next Terra. I love the fact that at the final circle, the final moments, there were 4 teams left.
I think this is a trend for all of our games, right? With so many teams surviving until that final zone. But very quickly, though, having a look at our match ranking. So Team Falcons were actually the ones to clutch first place with 16 eliminations to their name. So 25 points. I mean, Falcons, they're guaranteed top 12 at this point. They're just sort of stealing these points away from everyone else, if you really think about it, though. The Gaming Gladiators really needed these points. So putting them into a very happy position, but not guaranteeing everything. Fluxo, 5 points for this round. You are not happy getting 5 points. You are ideally looking for double digits for this round. Only 5 points. Now down to that random map. Your fate is in the hands of a wheel.
Yeah, I mean, you still have a chance. I think that, like, we're gonna have to see the overall standings. I think Fluxo are like 10th, maybe 11th at this point. I think they're still in a position to get in. Like, that's where you want to be. You want to be in that qualifying position, and then you push everybody else down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing for sure is they really can push everyone down, but they're still at risk. We just saw how they have been taken down, eliminated when they had that much confidence coming from Booyah earlier, and I'm just hoping for a few more of those teams who
really can bring it on, like Gaimin Gladiators. They have shown so much potential, not just for today, but the other day as well, that when they played.
Yep. MVP for the round is none other than Raz. Fantastic play in that late game. 3 eliminations for the team, 1,841 damage, and 958 healing for the round. I mean, we didn't have a lot of time for healing in that late game, so not surprised that the numbers are a little low for the round. But it's not over for Gaming Gladiators. I really think this team, you can't afford to have a donut here. You cannot afford single-digit points. You want to guarantee that top 12. So, is it time for hot drops? Is it time to go hunting? I don't think these teams can afford to be passive anymore, especially if you're at the bottom of that bracket.
Yeah. I'm playing it safe. I mean, but this is my nature. I
mean, you're on the desk. You're not one of the players.
There's a reason. Shots fired. Oh, my heart. Okay, but you're absolutely correct in the sense that, yeah, I'm playing a losing battle or a losing strategy, not giving myself a chance. But it's more of like a low risk, low potential payoff, for this one. I just want to survive, maybe get those placement points.
If you ask me, if I'm, say, AGG, I'm going to hot drop GG.
You hot drop GG?
Why not?
Wow.
I mean, I'm there at borderline 13th place. I'm trying to take down the ones in 12, and they're the only team right now that I need to come over so that I can step over the top 12 and then just survive the rest. But
okay,
yeah.
The overall rankings. I think this is what we've all been waiting for here. So, overall rankings, the last time we get to see this before we play our last game. And look at that gap. All Glory Gaming, so close to Gaming Gladiators, and Gaming Gladiators are so close to Fluxo. 2 points. But we have seen miracles happen in the past. And on all the maps, random maps are where those miracles tend to happen. So is this where we could potentially see All Glory Gaming getting all of the points? Maybe Gaming Gladiators have a horrible round. Can Fluxo get the points needed to make them feel safe? There is so much on the line for these teams.
If we're looking at the bottom here, 16-19 Esports, 66. I mean, to even get to Gaming Gladiators, they need a 20-point bomb. Basically, they need a booyah. They need to get all the kills. So I'm going to assume that 19 Esports won't be able to do that. I think it's going to be a rat race right now for that 12th position with All Glory Gaming being the potential in, but it looks like it's only 13 teams that can potentially get at this one.
Oh, yeah. that race at the bottom, this is going to be so intense. I'm kind of wondering here, right? What are these teams praying for when it comes to maps, right? What maps are they wanting to play on right now? And again, what's the strategy? I really think we're going to be seeing some really nasty hot drops, because if you have to make a play happen. You can't let your opponents dictate the flow of the game. You have to take your fate and put it into your own hands. And speaking of our own hands, what's this final map going to be? Oh, it's Bermuda. This is, I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, because everyone's good at Bermuda. And we've got some top dogs in this group as well. So it might just be a case of these top dogs snapping everything up. But I hope I'm wrong.
Well, one thing for sure, I did mention AGG, All Glory Gaming, trying or might be able to try to hot drop GG, Gaming Gladiator. And this is their best map. This is the first booyah that they have, averaging 10.5 in totals. And they have played this for 2 games.
Well, I think the game is ready here, gentlemen. Are we ready to go? Are we ready to jump into game number 6? It looks like we are. Game number 6. Who is going to be making it 2-point rush? We'll find out right now with our casters, AJ and Tash Bunny. Take it away for our final game.
Thank you, Daddy. Oh, my baby. The final game of the day. And to all of the fans out there for Team Falcons, I've got a fun fact for you. I've mentioned already the race for the #1 spot might not be possible for Team Falcons, but the race for the most number of points picked up within a day, because we all know the grand finals is just 1 day, 6 games to decide who's going to be the champion. So therefore, there is a race to see who can pick up the most number of points in just 1 day of play. And right now, Falcons are standing at 110 points. The most number of points thus far is held by BRU.
122 points. So Falcons just need to aim for 13 and they are in the clear to show that they are one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant out there on the battlefield.
And this is very, very scary as well. We have a team from the world champions tethering on the edge, as you shared with me, AJ. And this is very terrifying. There's a lot on the line here when we talk about it. The hopes, the dreams, the idea of if they can defend the title as one of the best in the world is happening right now. Can they stay in the game or will they go home early? And for now, we're back on Bermuda, a map where everyone is very, very adept with.
This is where it all began, in the OG map Bermuda. The flight path cutting through from Shipyard all the way down between Rimnam and Mars Electric pretty much opens up a fair share of the map for all of these players to play for. And you are absolutely right. Fluxo tethering on the very edge. GG. Gaming Gladiators just 2 points behind them. And of course, AGG, All Glory Gaming, 10 points behind the one and only Fluxo. It is all going to be dependent on just this one map, and Twisted Mind, they open up strong up against a team that does not have a chance to make it into the top 12. It is the one and only Onyx Olympus, and they are just feeding to Twisted Minds at this point. Kiba, the final player, he does not drop just yet. Garu taken off of the map as the revival does come through, so they survive for a little bit longer.
Twisted Minds already with 3, but Onyx does come back into the game. Jack waiting to be picked up right now. Kiba all alone. Needs to be able to survive for a bit longer, as they are still trying to figure out whether or not they want to bring this. They can become a killer of hopes and dreams, disrupting the dreams of those tethering at the edge of the top 12.
You are a big dreamer, you are.
I love dreaming.
You are a big dreamer. I want to see the disruptive ways of Onyx Olympus, but like I always say, I am a man that does love miracles, but I'm not a very big believer in them. Let's take a look at the players of Twisted Minds as they try to back away from the initial engagement up against Sonic Olympus. Now they come across Al-Qadsiya. Are they gonna slay or will they get slayed? Reminds them that this is their home turf. The Parafal drops Saming, one of the key players out of Twisted Minds, and that quickly puts Twisted Minds on the back foot to back away.
And they're okay with that. Al-Qadsiya, they are a team currently at the bottom of the ladder, trying their best to just really rack up as many points as they can before they end the day. This is a situation where they can just try and get as many points as they can, really just tell us that despite them being at the bottom here, this is the potential they can bring to the table. Regardless, over on this fight here, Gladiators finding one from AG, and this is really looking very well for them. Gaming Gladiators still the edge, very happy, riding off that high, the momentum for the previous games they've been playing on.
And of course, the one to get that elimination, the one and only Wonder Kid, 18 dear. Beautiful shot with the takedown. Twisted Minds, unfortunately, they now lose Protete. Bison in hand, but could not take on 2 players at the same time. Remind goes in for a quick pickup. G18 back on his feet, and Al-Qadsiya, they may be down at the bottom of the leaderboard, but the hopes not dead just yet within them. They want to show that they most definitely can stand toe-to-toe with one of the greatest out there on the battlefield. They want the next circle as well.
And for now, for Onyx, all alone, spoke too soon. Knockdown already. Bobs will be so happy to pick up these points. These points are so precious to Fluxo, a team that's trying to defend their world title, showing why they are the best in the world. Tethering on the edge has to make sure that every single point they get is so precious to make it on the top 12.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Fluxo sweating. 4 of our panelists, they're sweating as well. Many of them had Fluxo as the champion of the competition, so they just are desperate for them to get into the point rush. But will we see more out of this squad? We'll have to wait and see. Netshu Miners, on the other hand, trying to mine a couple of extra points for themselves, but EWC Divine proving that they are the stronger horse out there. They get those knocks, one after the other. Nando 9 refuses to go down, but with the Mini Uzi, it meets his match. Aim God, Mini Uzi in hand as well. Nando does have a tad bit more HP to work around with here. 2v1. As Aim God hops on out, Nando goes down, and there's just no hope for Netshoes to recover against EWC, but that's not the final player just yet, so they get to play those revives.
Still another point for EWC in the pocket, though. They are very happy to go along with that. Checking the whole area to see it's free or not, but the map here, looking at how many teams are over onto the southern side. Now, over on this end here, Team Solid finds himself against AG once again. Trying his best to stop this, I would say, this rush forward from Team Solid, saying, no, I don't want to take this fight. Stop right now. Running out of the way, trying to survive for as long as he can, and Team Solid on a rampage. They themselves are a team that's very aggressive, love these fights, love these skirmishes. They're okay with letting you wanna go. For them, it's just extra points to be farmed.
AG Global just hoping and praying they do not get found too early because they know hot on their tails is Team Falcons. 8 points behind them on the overall leaderboard. Team Falcons threatening to take away the third spot. And of course, AG Global, they just started to smile because they kicked out RRQ from that third spot. So there is nothing that they would like better than to end the group stage with the third place in hand. But now, all up to All Glory Gaming, the team that's tethering on the 13th spot to make it into top 12. Can they take down one of the predators of the competition, Sebastian, the key player? And without him, this fight just got a tad bit more difficult.
Cypher as well will be traded out. Good trade if you think about it. His teammates are here, all quickly just crunching onto each other. The fight's not done quite yet. Everyone just taking the time to isolate each and every one of them so that they don't get traded. Not happening quite yet. Stop finally found in the end. And AGG happy with those extra points.
And some body shots right there to show you that we mean business, baby. They are not done just yet. They want more points. AG, they back away, but Team Falcons have managed to find Stop as well as Dew. The revival has come through, so Stop right above him. Onyx Olympus still has not caught a break just yet. They're just abusing that Riptide rhythm just because Skylar got a buff. The guy was knocked behind the glue wall, but they did not want a Horizon line to pick him right back up. Twisted Minds picking up every single point they see out there.
Speaking of points, El Katsia still alive and kicking.
Oh, yeah.
Finds Kiba and yet another point in the bag. Now, in the previous match, we saw Falcons completely walking around, getting as many kills as they can. And you mentioned before, one of the most points collected today. Less movement in this map, though. Understanding how many teams are on the southern side, do not want to be a victim of third party, do not want to be sniped and caught off guard all on their own. But loving the fact that they're changing this pacing gives them a lot of range on what they have in their playbook.
Some of the audience might also be thinking, wait, does it even matter if these teams who have no hope of getting into the top 12, why don't you just give up? Because you can't give up.
You can't.
Because everybody gets a slice of the pie when it comes to the prize pool.
Yes.
Down at the 18th spot, you still get a slice. And guess what? The slice gets bigger every single rank that you climb.
That's
so
right.
Alcatsia is not giving up just yet. And Onyx Olympus is sure as hell not giving up just yet. 19 Esports wants to overtake Hot Shots. Everybody's looking out for some extra moolah out there.
That's right. And on top of that, you are on the world stage. Everyone is looking at you. Despite the fact you are the bottom, there's still a lot of potential that you want to show to every single person out there, representing your country, your nationality. This is somewhere that you have to be very proud to be, and I love that every team is still trying, despite the fact, and no word such as giving up in this one, as Top just now, despite being stopped, he's back in the game.
I mean, inconsequential as to what happens to Stop, as well as AG. As long as you qualify for the top 12, there's not really a prize pool that you're playing for the top 12 teams.
Oh, yeah.
But Team Falcons, they have got something big to prove. They want to prove that they can pick up the most number of points in one day of play to really give the brand a tad bit of bigger confidence, right? As well as, you know, you've got a STC arena full of Falcon fans. So you want to give some of your fledglings out there a tad bit of extra confidence in the brand as well. But one elimination thus far, they need quite a number more.
Yeah, they can. I think the idea is just trying to be able to survive a little bit longer. Again, when you are in these last map, especially against teams that have a lot to prove, teams that are very, very desperate, this shift in mindset is what I believe they're trying to be very, very cautious about. And this situation, Diamond, he's going to be happy with one knock already onto Baros.
Let's see if or not they can make some magic out of this, because Team Solid does not want to get into any more tussles, but if there is a fight that they have to take, they will get into an engagement. Evos Divine, not really at threat to lose their top 12 position once again. There's no prize pool that they're playing for here, just a little bit of extra pride, just a little bit of extra flex that, hey, I ended the group stage on a higher rank compared to you. So an inconsequential fight, I'll take that as. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, as they roam around out there on the battlefield, currently 6 points behind EWOS Divine. They want an extra rank.
They want an extra rank. They want to go aggressive. They're just picking up kills. Eliminations among eliminations throughout the entirety of this last map. Again, Bermuda, a very, very familiar map for everyone. Everyone is very active on this one, but everyone's playing it very, very tactically.
And I don't like that. I don't know. Give me some action.
You love
Give me some
chaos.
gunfight.
That's your
I
thing.
love chaos. I love pandemonium. I wake up in the morning and I look for chaos. I usually find it because I'm married now.
Sorry, I didn't love that. It caught me off guard.
Speaking of chaos, here comes Fluxo. They are trying to look for some peace out there on the battlefield until they find the next circle. And it
What
looks
happened
like
there?
they're not too far away from some trouble. Bob's just bobbing away. Gio right behind him to back him up. The players spread across the battlefield just to make sure they don't get funneled into a position where they cannot respond to any of those engagements. But bless them, because they are pretty clear away from all of the other teams. The closest ones to them is Alcacia on the right towards Mill. And of course, you have got Twisted Minds towards the left-hand side. They have that vending machine. Speaking of Alcacia, they've got a bird's eye view over whatever's going on down there.
Playing toward this to the side of that circle. They are eager to get into the area itself. Now look at how many teams are just going to be rotating in from the northern side because of that hard shift toward the southern side. And at peak, every single compound and real estate has already been taken up here. Everyone's just prepping themselves for that final fight. And I do love the fact that for Falcons, they put themselves away to the southern side. It means that they're so far away from the fight. They can third party if they want to. They can go for those long range picks. They can just free for all pick-off points, buffet for them if they want to.
Alcacia just having a little bit of fun out there on the battlefield. A couple of shots sustained. Aminos! This is the time where you want to hop on out of that monster truck and move on your feet. Those glue walls need to be pulled out. Last thing you want to do is get sniped off of your monster truck and go down in style.
It's going to be Remind that snipes one at round 7, knocked already. He's doing a lot of damage onto the team, a lot of pressure onto them. In fact, NMG is here. They're going a little bit more passive, moving out of the way. And on top of that, Ray has also kind of like chunked them on the other side. They're being sandwiched from two different teams and not the best place for them to be in.
Unfortunately, Alcacia is not really depending on the Skyless Riptide rhythm. That could have made a huge difference in terms of the gunfight. Just like what I was talking about, that Riptide rhythm really crushing the play of Netshoe Miners. They wanted to mine points, but they are being mined upon. Team Solid with those solid Skylar Riptide rhythms. 2 of them sent their way, breaking down their defenses. Easy points gathered here, but Team Solid's not leaving their compound at peak just yet. They just want to take those spot shots at you, but they also are pretty comfortable in their defensive spot.
It's going to be Twisted Minds that's going on aggressive. He finds out Fluxo, they're in trouble. Taking so much damage from the zone, Portal go forward just to take up more space. Places themselves on top of the terrain. And, excuse me, but it puts out so much damage. Kick goes down from the other side, but it's going to be Twisted Minds that goes on an aggressive. So many utility used already on top of that. Those blue wall buys time. They break it down with the Skylar ability. And Diamond does find Gio. 1 knockdown already. It's all about trying to go and just completely obliterate them one by one before they come back inside of the game. So much damage, so much. And Gio goes down. And one by one, the members of Fluxo go down. And a first grenade kill on top of that by Extract 7.
Fluxo, this is a bad spot! Fluxo! Your world champs have been kicked out in the 12th spot! And it's now all up to Gaming Gladiators as well as AGG to kick them out of the top 12 as well. This is the best case scenario for Gaming Gladiators. This is the best case scenario for AGG. Holy mama!
I was not expecting that from Fluxo. Thought that the pressure would give them a little bit more push. That didn't happen. Positioning was just not quite there for them. Look at how many teams are inside the compound for peak and not able to push forward, excuse me. And this pandemonium is happening. AGG on the aggressive finds AG on top of the building. Taking out so much damage there.
Oh, beautiful nades. But of course, the time turner saving them a little bit of the damage sustained. Some baskets taken down. A couple of grenades sent right back. NMG on the other hand taken out of the equation, but nothing to worry. They are in the top 12. Fluxo's not going to overtake them. Unfortunately, they got kicked out in 12. AG on the other hand surviving for the time being. But AGG says, thank you very much. We don't want to do this up-high battle with you. They back away. AGG has got a bigger monster to slay. They want the booyah. And fun fact, they already have 1 booyah at Bermuda. So high chances here for the squad.
And that's right. And now all the players inside of compound forced to move out of the way. Q gets 1 and so X-Traps. Bodies hitting the floor 1 by 1. Free for all fight. 19 limited, 19 plays. But Nick 7 is the one of the quad. They go aggressive. Twisted Minds as well. Gets knocked down. Here's EVOS. They rush forward. He's doing very, very well with 9 eliminations in the back. They have to just completely obliterate all of these blue walls. And they do just yet. Just that, excuse me, Team Solid going down like dominoes, flies, being knocked out of the sky. Track Step 7 knocked out already and completely lobbied. Looks so bad for them. And Eva's gonna be high all the way to the end, but winning this fight and making it to this side, the northern side of the circle.
Inconsequential. I just want to see the important fights, and here we go, baby. We have got Gaming Gladiators just sneaking around the back. They want to make sure they can, of course, overtake Team Fluxo because there is a threat from AGG. Like I said, AGG already has one good solid booyah on this map, and they're capable of taking yet another one. One more, planning to be that #1 squad for all teams to fear in that grand final. They are still alive and kicking. They want a booyah, and they've got a booyah that's found Bermuda as well. So crazy fun facts all around for all of y'all to nibble up. Team Solid, not so solid in that round, but they are safe for the top 12. Falcons now want to take on AG, but they don't want to miss that. Gaming Gladiators from the back, pumping out those Drogons. You know 18DA wants to shine, but the blue zone not on the side of Falcons, and he takes a fight to them.
The Falcons still going very, very aggressive. They're not stopping. Gaming Gladiators, this is do or die moment for them. And they are saying no dying, only doing. They put so much pressure on the teams on the other side. But they are trapped in a corner like rats. It's going to be Falcons right in front of them. They go aggressive. Rats are down. And so does 18 here. Caught it all. They can't do more than that. 5th place for them.
Gaming Gladiators out. It's all up to AGG now to crush their hopes. We do not know what those points are going to be looking like. But Team Falcons up here, soaring up high. They want more points. They want to slay. They want to dominate the stage of Free Fire here at the Esports World Cup. Can they do it? EWOS Divine standing in their way. All Gamers Global standing in their way. Falcons 9 elimination strong. They spot another mouse out there, and it's in the name of AG. Beautiful slays. Coscu with a double. The grenade launcher still strong. AGG 2 more players, and they are holding on. They do not want to mess with anyone just yet.
Falcons still very much in the game. Despite that one knock, they're still very much quick on that reset, on that wait. And for now, it's going to be EVOS with the high ground advantage. The circle is just slowly dwindling, and Falcons have nowhere to go. They did manage to go down the side though, but so much pressure coming in from EVOS.
They got blocked in, but they've got another exit here. Jump out the window, son, and he finds one player right down below, but Justin gets knocked down by Ray, gets traded out back. Sabas, Rapex 7, he's holding on with 18 medkits, 17 medkits, one by one they take down. He's waiting for EWOS Divine to back away. AGG purely playing those placement points, but he cannot waste on too much of time. Falcons has got one final survivor, 13 points in hand already, and they're going for the #1 spot. Those placement points are going to help them out, and Peter makes it 14, but no more for you, sir. EWOS Divine books the final booyah. A solid play from everyone out there.
Very, very impressive play. Falcons showing their aggression, their talents toward the end of that match. But it's going to be EVOS that's more adept in that positioning in the end of the day. A good play by them, even the teams at the bottom, showing us why this is one of the most prestigious world-class teams out there. A booyah for EVOS Esports, and I'm so excited to see who exactly is in the top 12. I mean, you sort of know, but...
Fluxo is sweat and blood right now, my dear friends. They have no idea whether or not the effort that they've thrown in thus far is enough to outdo AGG as well as GG. Too many G's in here, but it's going to be a GG for whoever who put in enough effort for the end. But with Fluxo being taken out so early in this match, I think we all know what's going to happen.
Very, very scary with AGG still contemplating whether they make it up on top. Fluxo wondering, Gaming Gladiators wondering as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's been such a battle, especially on the teams, the 4 teams just struggling at the bottom there at number 12.
Yeah.
Wondering whether or not they are safe. The teams who are in Group B just staring at the screen, wondering if they make it up on top. Today, high pressure for everyone on the board.
I'm just a tad bit nervous here because AGG, they ended this game not with massive number of eliminations, but of course we are signing off. But if you're hearing me loud and clear out there, this is not the end just yet. This is just the group stage. We've got 2 more days to go. But before we do end the day, throwing it back to all of the analysts on the desk.
Thank you so much, casters. Oh my gosh, we are down to the final moment. We are waiting to solidify our top 12 teams here at the Esports World Cup for the Free Fire division. Fluxo, AGG, Gaming Gladiators. This was the game all 3 of these teams needed to perform, and I have to say, Fluxo, They dropped out very early, and I think at this point, they're sitting on their hands. They're just hoping, did we get enough points today?
Yeah, I mean, as AJ mentioned earlier, they're sweating blood right now, wondering, thinking if they've done enough. And the same goes, how many points has been gathered by both AGG and GG?
Yeah, because there were a couple of other factors besides just Flux Royale. Like what you mentioned is GG, it's AGG, and then there was a lot of mess here. So look at the highlights here. Okay, in this round, it was hard and fast. I got the feeling that a lot of these teams that maybe they felt that they have nothing much to play for. They just wanted to end this round.
Yeah, wanted to end the round, but I think the other teams were fighting for their lives. Fluxo ended up with, I think, only 4 eliminations. We're going to have to see the math. I think with the eliminations plus the placement points, there might be a shift. It was super scary for those bottom 2 spots.
I just want to see the bracket at this point, you know? I just want to see
My heart.
who made it and who missed out. A fraction of a point, a sliver. We are going to be witnessing 6 keys crushed, ladies and gentlemen, because these teams, if you're out of the competition, your key, your invite to the tournament will be crushed under the hydraulic press. And I think at this point, you're praying you still have your key after today, because if it gets crushed, you're going to be on the sidelines and watching basically the next 2 days to see who gets crowned champion. And it's obviously not you when you don't have a key.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as much as I want to say this, to call this already, there's still a lot of things that might be happening once we see, or until we see the points. And there you go. We have the match ranking right now. And
boy.
For elimination for Fluxo, only 4, 0 on the placement.
Did they not make it?
Wait,
Did they not get the points?
It looks
Gaming
like it.
Gladiators with 7, All Glory with 13. How many did they need?
13. Wait, is it a tie?
Wait, we have.
I don't know.
We have the overall bracket.
Okay.
Coming in a second. Okay,
Wait.
we will find out in just
man.
a second. But these are the points that they've gotten. Neptune's looking at me. This man knows. He has it on his tablet. You do not spoil for us, good sir.
No.
Okay.
No.
We won't spoil it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It is here. Our top 12 teams for the Free Fire Esports World Cup. Free Fire division.
Oh, because the
the
Fluxo with the
tiebreaker.
eliminations.
Tiebreaker?
That's why. That's the tiebreaker.
The eliminations.
Crazy.
Oh, Glory Gaming miss out. Unfortunately, just not enough. They needed 1 more point.
One more.
One
Oh my
elimination.
goodness.
1 placement higher in that match. But this means we will be seeing Loud, Buram, Team Falcons, AG Global, Evas Esports, RRQ, Twisted Minds, Team Solid, PE Sports, Netshoes Miners, Gaming Gladiators, and Fluxo in Point Rush tomorrow. Congratulations to our top 12 teams here for the Free Fire division. But unfortunately, for our bottom 6, they put up one heck of a fight here at the Esports World Cup, but you can only have top 12, and we have 18 teams for our first round.
One thing I would say for All Glory Gaming is, this is so unfortunate, but if I'm going to lose, it's good that it's only by 1 point. It is devastating, but you will be able to think, if I could have done things better, if I could have started things better, if I could have grabbed that 1 more elimination better, and then by the next competition, by the next tournament, then you will think of that every time.
Yeah, putting myself in the shoes of the teams, they must be thinking to themselves that if that 1 round, we got that 1 snipe, if that 1 round, we won that 1 fight, if that 1 round, this and that. I mean, it's just the top of the competition.
I love the fact that you guys are very positive and you're like, hey, we're going to move on and they're going to learn from this thing. But for myself, that is the hardest defeat to take on. It's a tie. And it came down to eliminations. There was so much pressure on that one. And to just kind of lose out by that, that is heartbreaking, man.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, we are on the world stage as well. Just so close. So close to making it to Point Rush. But I hope this ends up being a motivational factor for these teams, right? Sometimes you need to have one difficult loss to help you push you forward in your esports career. I have seen players evolve from just being, you know, someone that is new in the scene. They take that one tough loss and they end up being one of the best players in the entire world. It takes a lot to mature as an esports player, and I'm kind of hoping that this is a very massive step forward for everyone competing to prepare for that next big step, which is obviously the Free Fire World Championships. Moving on though, our MVP for that final round, because we do need our tournament MVP. It's Apex with 6 eliminations, 3,214 damage, and 1,537 healing done.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he was part of that final circle, trying to heal along. Same goes with what we've seen from AGG, who was carrying 17 on the medkits before being taken down. And that's one more thing. If in case he stepped out and tried to steal a few more elimination, could have been ended differently for AGG. But again, there's a lot of... I can feel how AGG is feeling right now, because I was in that position as well. I coached a team. It was only 1 point before heading to finals, and I know personally how that feels.
Yep. All right, our kill leader for the tournament. I wonder if you guys can guess who it is. It is still Yago. It has not moved. This man has made such a statement in his 2 play days, to the point that no one can beat his record. 39 eliminations over the course of this tournament and 21,000 damage collectively over 2 play days. I mean, we saw Loud dominate their 2 play days. I'm now very curious to see what these groupings are going to look like tomorrow during Point Rush, because now that we have our top 12, this is the locked-in group. These are the 12 teams that we're going to be seeing play for the rest of the tournament, and only one of them is going to be a victor. I would love to say I have a favorite, but I just want to see someone crowned champion.
Do you want to see that champion? Are you still riding with this Fluxo team?
I don't want to be biased, because I have been labeled as a team curse, so I will pass the question over to Neptune.
Yeah, I will have to pass off on that, because there's a lot of things that might be happening, Natalie.
Yeah, we do have an interview on stage. So let's see what we're going to be having for our interview session.
Hey everybody, it's Yonso. Welcome to our interview show after the match. Right next to me is Fluxo Bobs. Congratulations for qualifying to the final stage, Bobs. How do you feel right now?
Parabéns por se classificar na última etapa. Como você se sente agora?
É alívio, né? Porque infelizmente conseguimos a classificação no top 12, mas muito feliz com a classificação. Então só tenho que agradecer e vamos vir fortes nessa final.
It's a relief. Unfortunately, we were only on the top 12, but we have to thank, and we're going strong.
That tiebreaker is also breaking my heart, because I was so worried, because I bet for Fluxo they will become the champion of this EWC Korea. Then Bobs, so what was happening during our last match?
O que aconteceu durante o último jogo?
Durante o último jogo foi uma situação bem complexa, porque nós infelizmente não tínhamos onde cair, um local de queda, então improvisamos e deu certo. Não deu tão certo, mas no final deu certo.
It was a problem because we didn't have a place to land. We improvised. It worked out, not so well, but it worked out in the end.
That match with Twisted Minds. How do you think about Twisted Minds? What do you think about Twisted Minds?
O que você pensa sobre as mentes twisted?
A Twisted Minds é um time muito forte. Infelizmente estamos sendo o carrasco deles aí, estão matando muito nós, mas na final vamos pegar bolado eles, podem ficar tranquilos.
They are a very strong team. Unfortunately, they are killing a lot of us, but we are going to go strong.
It's very good. Such a relief to know that you guys are qualified to the final stage. Then again, congratulations, and I hope to see you guys rise higher. This is the end of the interview. Let's head back to the studio.
Thank you, Yunsul. Awesome interview. I mean, look, no more sweating for Fluxo. They've made it in, okay? They've made it. Point Rush is not an elimination day tomorrow. Teams are going to be fighting for points. So if you don't do well tomorrow, okay, sure, you don't have those starting points, but it's nice to have those starting points. Are there any shocking teams that qualified through to Point Rush, gentlemen?
Well, I would say
All according to plan.
there's a lot of teams that really made it do, apart from Fluxo, who's just hanging in there. I'm just happy that for this instance, some teams will be able to breathe easily. They will be able to breathe easily right now, despite of Point Rush Day for tomorrow. There's no pressure at all, regardless of what placement they get. I would say it will help, but not really that much. It doesn't really matter that much because they can take over that when it comes to the grand finals.
Yeah, speaking of breathe easily, right? Okay, camera on me. Come on, camera on me. All right. Remember what I told you? Back in my village, Falcons fans, listen to the birthday boy.
Yeah.
They will make it. They will make it, and they did it.
They did it in style, and of course, the Thailand teams, the Brazilian teams, as well as the Indonesian teams, not all of them, but they did quite well. And of course, the last Vietnamese squad, that's going to be it. We're going to find out which one's going to win. I'm super excited to see the points rush and, of course, the grand finals.
I know all of us are excited to see Point Rush, but hopefully these teams, they can rest easy for a moment because they are in. But tonight is going to be a very difficult night for them. They've got to study. They've got to look everyone up. Who do you hot drop? Where do you drop? Is the map even safe? Because things are starting to get a little spicy here at the Esports World Cup for the Free Fire division. But that's going to be it for us here, unfortunately. But don't worry. We still got 2 more play days here at the Free Fire Esports World Cup. So make sure you're back tomorrow, exact same time. You got to catch this Point Rush because after Point Rush, it is grand final day. My name is Vindanely. I've been joined by these 3 wonderful analysts, Neptune, SoCloud, and Hauler. Panelists, heading out.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?